Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome all of you who are gathering right now across the world in so many different time zones, across so many different countries, in all of the Kailasas across the world. I welcome all of you who are joining us on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, as well as all the Facebook viewers, the Instagram viewers, the YouTube and Twitter viewers who are joining us right and now on all the different social media platforms. As well, all the people who are joining us, the celebrated Kailasians who are joining us from the temples, gurukuls, satsang centers, Paduka mandirs all over the world. All of you who are joining us for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program yet again. Now, in this day and age, most of us are searching for something in our lives which is beyond our normal ambition. And underlying between all of our ambitions, whether it is health, long-lasting relationships, or wealth, or anything, we always have a deep seeking for something more, for something that will fulfill us beyond all of this. And that is love. Many of us confuse love with physical relationships or giving gifts, giving compliments, spending time with each other. And that is all a superficial idea of love. But from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the idea and concept of love is far more spiritual and deep. Love is a divine quality. And in fact, Devi Parashakti revealed just a few weeks ago, Anbhe Shivam, meaning love is God. Anbhe Shivam, such a beautiful, powerful cognition. And she went further to reveal that at this day and age, during the pralaya, the cosmic deluge, when millions are dying and suffering due to the ongoing pandemics within pandemics, the natural disasters, the political corruption, and the social upheaval, in this day and age, it is only the ones who are strengthened by the armor of love around their hearts that they will be able to survive during the pandemic and during this pralaya. It is love that will literally strengthen each and every one of us. And it is love, the purpose of the advent of the avatar himself. Today, during this program, you will be able to understand and experience what is true, divine love. With this, welcome to the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. For those of you who may not know, in this program, you will be able to listen and simply imbibe the powerful cognitions of Devi Parashakti, and you'll be introduced to perhaps for the first time for many of you, the demonstration of Shaktis. You will also be able to have, once again, the darshan and diksha of Devi Parashakti. And after that, even you can begin manifesting Shaktis for yourself and manifesting Shaktis in the deep Shakti Nipadha with Paramashiva, with the incarnation of Paramashiva, our beloved Guru Swamiji. Devi Parashakti is the cosmic mother, the source Shakti, and she is the source of all the billions and billions of universes, and the billions and billions of universes which comes out and goes in. And Devi Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in right now, and in which all of us will finally merge into. And Devi Parashakti represents the relationship that we, each and every one of us, have with Mother, with the aspect of Mother. And the first and foremost relationship that each and every one of us have, even before we even have the idea of relating with life and universe and other people around us, is the relationship that we have with Mother. And that is why the ancient Vedic rishis understood this, recognized this, and implemented this in all forms of worship. We understood foremost that the primary relationship that you have is the Mother, and therefore the relationship with the Mother should be inspiring you for achieving higher ambition and higher consciousness. And in fact, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has been practicing the Shakta Sampradaya, the lineage of Mother worship, since the time that he had been a young avatar. Now, in this program today, we will be understanding what is Bhava Samadhi. In fact, Samadhi means, actually Adi means the origin or source, and Sama means the oneness or feeling one with the source. So Samadhi ultimately means feeling oneness with the source. And Bhava Samadhi, Bhava means the emotion or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means attaining oneness through a certain aspect. And not only that, today we will be experiencing the Bhava Samadhi darshan, and where Paramashiva himself radiates through the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Nijavatar, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he will be manifesting as Devi Parashakti, and out of her extreme love and compassion, she'll be answering all of the questions and healing us, attending to our prayers, giving us boons, revealing the profound truths of the past, present, and future, and so much more. So, and not only that, we'll be able to experience the Bhava Samadhi darshan, which actually awakens the Kundalini Shakti, and which is the latent potential energy inside of you, and it actually reverses aging and heals so many of our chronic illnesses that we are suffering from in our life. And not only that, you will be able to literally mirror the neurons of the avatar. All of this is science that we will be learning later on today during the program. But now, let us be introduced to the very being who is going to be giving this science for us today. And he is going to be, literally giving us the darshan as a Nijavatar of Devi Parashakti, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva, who descended on planet Earth on the 2nd of January 1978, and is recognized and esteemed by Hindu leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived the science of power manifestation and temple and yoga sciences. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the 14 ancient kingdoms. He was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam, or the Madurai Adinam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Spargapuram Adinam, and the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, the 1008 Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, and as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2015 was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of 1,008 esteemed leaders, Hindu leaders. And Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized for his work today, with more than 300 books authored and published in English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and as well as translated into 50 further languages. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched through this supreme knowledge, enriched and enriched more than 1 billion people physically and digitally. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has revived 100 Sarvajnapitas with more than 2,500 satsang centers across the world. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as a prolific and profound commentator on the Hindu scriptures, such as the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishad, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Jain Sutras, and so much more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has been able to revive the sovereign order of Kailasa, or the ancient lineages of 108 lineages that are including the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Bhairavas and Bhairavis, the Sannyasis, the Brahmacharinis, and so much more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has revived over 1 million palm leaf scriptures and 20 million books on Hinduism digitally. And this is through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, the world's largest Hindu university with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. This brings us to a conclusion of the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we will be able to now proceed into the next segment of today's program, the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis, the demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva. And you can be prepared if you have never seen Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul read absolutely blindfolded and without the use of their biological eyes, then be prepared. You're going to literally witness that power of Paramashiva manifesting through the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans right now who are joining with us today. And we'll be able to literally see, and also they will be demonstrating the power of body scanning as well, where you can comment in the comment section in YouTube or Facebook, and you can be able to ask and request for your body to be scanned. So with this, we'll now be coming to a conclusion for the introduction of today's program. I welcome you all once again to enjoy this divine experience. We'll be right back with you after a short break. Yes, looks like we have the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasams joining with us right now. Nithyananda Mahayoga Pranamaka. And we'll now be entering into the power manifestation segment for today's program.
Yes, thank you so much, Maniti Sadashiva Priyananda, for that beautiful introduction to this power manifestation segment. So, before we begin, before you witness the demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis being manifested by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, let us learn about what are Shaktis, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us, and how we manifest all these extraordinary Shaktis. So, in today's Bhavasamadhi Darshan, you will be witnessing the following powers of third eye and body scanning. Third eye is the cosmic browsing center, which is located between the brows, where one can easily access anything they want and can even manifest the power of reading with their eyes blindfolded. So, today, the second power you'll be witnessing is the power of body scanning. where one awakens the ability to scan another person's body, scan the illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and even reveal solutions and root cause of the problem. So, before we begin, let us learn about what are Shaktis. Shaktis, in the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that everyone, every person, every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis in their day to day lifestyle. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine. So there are two types of manifesting powers, Shaktis and Siddhis. What are Shaktis? Shaktis are the powers which manifest from deep feeling connection and oneness with Swamiji, with the Guru, deep high integrity to the Guru. The Siddhis manifest from tapas, deep penance and tapas towards enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. And Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment and they are not permanent. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And the avatar of Paramashiva, Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It is where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. So, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation, as an avatar at a very young age and was trained and taught to revive these sciences, to give the initiations, to revive these initiations and knowledge for billions to manifest this science from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So you can see all the gurus who have recognized Swamiji and trained Swamiji. Mata Vibhudanandapuri, Pundi Swamigal, Yogiraj Yoganandapuri, Visiri Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal. So many of the gurus of Swamiji, the enlightened gurus, the Guru Parampara, who has trained and taught Swamiji to revive these sciences. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, the powerful cognitions, mapped into our consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and a possibility of every being, Prajnana. So next we'll be watching a video which explains the power of initiation, which shows what is the power of initiation and how Diksha is transmitted to us, how all these powers are transmitted to us through Diksha.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422.
So, with the beautiful explanation of the science of Diksha, how the Diksha is transmitted to us, let us see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, that are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas, or the authorities of Hinduism, Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this extraordinary science. Third is the Atma Pramana, or the empirical evidence itself, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Next, we'll be learning where we get all the Shastras from, where we collect all the Shastras from the Vedagamas, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and they are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and any reference cited from these source scriptures or Shastra Pramanas or Shastras is called a Shastra Pramana. So, with this, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye, which is the power of reading with the eyes blindfolded. Along with me, I have Manikya Virajananda and Manikya Kaladharananda, who are the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Ma Virija 16, Ma Kaladhara 15, and they will now be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of third eye in front of you. Let us first chant the Shastra Pramana. कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसो दार्ढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, which goes back to the time of Dwapara Yuga, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. So, in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna, the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. And the next is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words how he manifests the power of third eye. So let us hear from Swamiji himself. So we're just fixing the technical glitches and we're going to be playing the video. I request all of you to be patient with us. So Swamiji actually beautifully shares how he manifests the power of third eye. When he had the enlightened experience sitting on the Pavarakundru rock, the Coral Hill rock in Tiruvannamalai, how he was able to see everything around him, above him, all the 360-degree vision. Swamiji beautifully shares that he was even able to see, there was a tree behind him, he was able to see the ant on the tree with his eyes closed. So the whole 360-degree vision, his eyes were completely closed. And Swamiji beautifully shares, I was not only able to see all that, I was able to feel that as me. So Swamiji felt like the skin of the stone stone he was sitting on, the tree that was behind him, everything, the trees around him, the bushes, shrubs, everything. He felt it as Swamiji. He felt it as himself. So let us now hear from Swamiji directly.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything. Just becomes so alive. The idea, something is inside,
Yes. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the PET, the positron emission tomography. So it beautifully says when Swamiji is doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So with this, let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So along with me, I have two medically tested eye bands. In front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. You can see that in both eye bands there's a comfortable strap which will comfortably strap the eye band around the Balasan's head, and this is a medically tested eye band. There is no way of gap entering in this eye band. You can see that the sponge and the opaque sheet is completely stuck. There is no possible way of light entering in this eye band, and it is completely medically and scientifically proven that even with the eyes open in this eye band, no light can enter and nothing can be seen. So this is the eye bands I'll be placing on Ma Virija and Ma Kaladhara. So in front of the camera, I'm opening the eye band and I'm placing it on Ma Virija's head. Ma Virija, are you comfortable? Yes. Next, again, I'm showing this eye band, and in front of all of you, I'm opening the eye band and I am placing it on Ma Kaladhara's head. So you can see how it is completely covering her eyes from all around, and I'm completely just strapping it to her head. There will be no gap in between her eyes and the eye band. Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So now I request both of you to turn to your right, left, up, and down. So you can see how there is no gap between Ma Kaladhara's and Ma Virija's eye band. It is completely covered from all sides. And now I request all of you, I encourage all of you to go ahead, post anything you want in the YouTube comments, in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Go ahead and post anything you want, and Ma Kaladhara and Ma Virija will be reading the comments out live for all of you. So you can go ahead, post emojis, comments, sentences, paragraphs, anything you want, numbers, anything. And Ma Kaladhara and Ma Virija will be reading the comments out live for all of you. I request the YouTube comments to be projected now. Yes. So Ma Virija, Ma Kaladhara, you can go ahead and start reading the comments. I encourage all of you to go ahead, continue posting your comments.
The latest comment is from Shanti Rajamanikam. He has posted deep gratitude. IYAPANE Arunachala Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and a smiley emoji with heart being as the eye, and namaste emoji, and another smiley emoji which has hearts as the eye. And the next comment is from Raj Gurave. He has posted Guruve Sharanam and with the namaste emoji.
Wow, beautiful. A very fluent reading. Huh? Ma Kaladhara was able to read so fluently and without any mistakes. And even though she was not able to pronounce a few words, she spelled it out exactly And it is very amazing how she is able to read with her eyes closed. I request all of you to continue posting comments. Both the Balasins, Ma Virija and Ma Kaladra, are eagerly waiting to read out all of your comments.
Yes, so the previous comments, before Ma Shanti Rajmanik was posted was by Rajaya. It was posted 3 Namaste emoji. And before that was posted by S, basically Spurti. And she has posted 1 Namaste emoji. And Melissa Cook has posted Nithyanandam and 4 Namaskar emoji. And the latest comment which just now appeared was by Rajaya. He has posted 2 thumbs up and 2 Namaste emoji.
Wow, beautiful. Without stopping, Ma Virija was able to read all the comments. Yes, Ma Virija, you can go ahead and read the next comments.
Shilpa Shri TN is posted, conscious sovereignty is happening. Yes, it's true, Ma.
Amazing. All of you go ahead, continue posting. You can see how Ma Virija are continuously fluently reading everything which is being posted in the comments without any mistakes. Fluently they're able to read. Please continue posting. Just in a few seconds, it's not even taking like a few minutes or anything. The moment it's posted, they're able to read. So very beautiful and amazing how they're able to manifest this power. Okay, till then, Ma Kaladra and Ma Virija, why don't one of you go ahead and share? How, in less than a few seconds, how are you able to read, see the colors? How are you able to read all these comments, and how are you able to see through your third eye?
It is just complete surrender towards Swamiji. If you trust the Guru 100%, he actually showers you what you want. Like how like in the previous demos, I always said that if you take 1 step towards the Guru takes 1,000 steps to be with you. So the same way. So when you take 1 step, just a decision that you actually want to manifest power of third eye, he will actually flow through you. Like he'll do what you made, either move the planets or anything, just for you to make sure you manifest this power of third eye.
Yes. Shalpa Shri TN has posted very good lessons. She's doing.
Amazing how Ma Kaladra was able to read very spontaneously, and actually how Ma Virija shared. When you take 1 step towards the Guru takes 1,000 steps towards you. Just he is ready to do anything for the disciple. Just like how when Swamiji was a child, Arunagiri Yogeshwara brought the planets down, brought the Navagrahas down, stopped time, did anything he could just to teach Swamiji, just to teach Swamiji the Jyotisha, the astrology. Arunagiri Yogeshwara brought the Navagrahas themselves down and taught Swamiji the whole astrology. So the Guru is ready to do anything, move planets, stop time, do anything, just if you take 1 step towards the Guru.
And also, like even in Swamiji's own childhood, when he wants to meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara, he'll move a small alarm clock, but actually don't move the time. But when he goes and says to Arunagiri Yogeshwara that actually I moved the alarm clock just for me to be with you, but Arunagiri Yogeshwara says I moved the sun and the moon to be with you. So it's like the same thing.
Yeah, so the Guru is ready to do anything just to evolve the disciple, just to help the disciple to reach that enlightenment. Actually, in the Guru Gita, it very beautifully says, the Guru is the only one who is ready to give up even the name, good name and fame, just for the disciple's enlightenment. So, yes, just with that surrender to Swamiji, you are able to manifest this power. Very beautiful, powerful concept.
And the latest comment which is posted is by Shankar Gimire. He has posted Nithyananda.
Amazing. Yes. So that was a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye by Ma Kaladra and Ma Virija. I thank all of you for joining us. Now I'm going to be removing the eye band of Ma Kaladra. So you can see how the eye band is completely the same. There is no change, no difference in the eye band, and same thing for Ma Virija. There's no difference. Yes. So this was the power of third eye, and understand it is not just a demonstration for all of you to see and get amazed. It is also a possibility and a power for all of you to do. So after the Parashakti Akashic readings today, all of you can also manifest the power. You are initiated immediately after the Parashakti darshan, and there will also be a guided power manifestation session being led by one of the acharyas who will lead all of you into a power manifestation session where you can start training yourself to manifesting all these powers. And we are not done yet with this extraordinary demonstration. We have one more interesting power, which is the power of body scanning. So please stay tuned and go ahead, post all your comments and requests, call your family members and friends, and tell them that they could get the opportunity to get scanned by the very third eye of Paramashiva himself, and they can get a healing from Paramashiva himself. So I request all of you to call your family members and friends and also post your comments and requests in the chat. And we'll be chanting and sharing with all of you the pramanas for the power of body scanning. So I request the slides to be shown. So the power of body scanning is where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, and medically diagnosed issues, and even share the root cause of the problem. See, all of you might be wondering, what is different in getting a body like our body scanned by a doctor and get a body scanning done by the very third eye of Paramashiva? The difference is that the third eye reveals the root cause of the problem. You might be thinking, after you get a scan, you might be thinking, how is this related to the problems I have? I have a headache, I have a sinus, I have this disease, I have this cancer. How is what they reveal related to the body problems which I am having? You might be thinking, but you are yet to understand that the third eye is revealing the root cause of the problem. That is why the whole problem started in your body in the first place. So if you attend to that, all the other problems will get healed. So let us now chant the Shastra Pramana. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyadyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next is the Apta Pramana from the life of from the life of Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agastya for healing, and Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause. As I shared, the third eye always reveals the root cause. So Agastya identified the root cause, and he revealed that there is a small terai, a frog sitting in the brain. None of you would have imagined, oh God, a frog sitting in the brain is the cause of a headache. Yes, that is what the third eye revealed for Agastya, and immediately Agastya instructs Teriyar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And Teriyar did the open head surgery. He found the frog and successfully removed the frog. And the person after that was completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teriyar. Next is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares how he manifested the power of body scanning. Swamiji shares in his own words, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had a multiple compound hair fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning, and through body scanning, I found out where the problems and the imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. Swamiji beautifully says that he used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify his findings. So Swamiji beautifully manifested two powers, the power of Sushada and the power of body scanning. Sushada is the power of going beyond faith. Next is the Sakshi Pramana. You can see how so many of the disciples of Swamiji, not only the Balasins, not only the Adinavasis, other disciples and devotees who have attended the Paramashivoham season 4 Paramashivoham level 2 program, who have manifested these extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva, how they were able to manifest the power of body scan. So next, you will be witnessing the live demonstration, not any post or anything. You'll be witnessing a live demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasants and the Nithyananda yogis of Kailasa. So let us now get ready to witness a live demonstration. We'll be back joining with the Balasants and the Nithyananda Gurukul. With the Balasants of the Nithyananda Gurukul right after a short break. Please stay tuned. Thank you, Nithyananda. Yes, along with me, I have Maniti Brahmayogananda and Ma Soni, who are the Balasants of the Nithyananda Gurukul, who is going to be manifesting these extraordinary Shaktis and demonstrating the power of body scanning to all of you today. So they are eagerly waiting to demonstrate this power of body scanning to all of you. I request all of you to go ahead and post your comments, and I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Okay. So Ayana's Abotins Aya has posted body scanning, please. How is my immunity? Do I have any danger in my body? So Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Ayana's Aya. And Rajavendran Aya has posted Nithyanandama, please scan my body. So you can do the body scanning for Rajavendran Aya. Ma Mary's Rigorgeous has posted, please requesting to reveal my root pattern and a way to get rid of it. Yes, ma, so I'll be doing the scanning for you and revealing your root patterns. And now all of us will be chanting the Mahavakya together, which is the direct passcode to manifest all these extraordinary Shaktis, which directly raises us to a higher frequency. Let's now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so Ayana's Avotins Aya. I did the body scanning for you, and Paramashiva revealed to me that your immunity is completely fine. The only thing you have in your body is you have a lot of stored food, a lot of food which is not digested, and that is slowly starting to become hard and hard. And soon it will be really hard for you to digest it. So you should immediately start taking haritaki, 2 spoons of haritaki every night, and that will really help you digest your food. You'll feel the difference. You'll feel the lightness in your body after a week's time. And also, Paramashiva revealed that around 2-3 days back, you hit the right side of your head. like the forehead area over here, and that is really hurting. Your muscle is sore over there. So for that, Paramashiva revealed that you should put a cloth, just dip a cloth in hot water and keep it over there. In the night while you're sleeping, you can keep a cloth dipped in hot water over there, and that will also heal soon. Other than that, your immunity is completely fine and you don't have any problem.
Yes, very beautiful scanning. Ayana, as a Tenzaya, I request you to get back in the chat section for this body scanning. And Ma Mary's, Param, I did the body scanning for you. You requested to reveal your root pattern. Paramashiva revealed that you're actually having an infection in your private parts, and Paramashiva revealed that the cause of that infection it's actually from internal. It is an internal infection. Slowly, it is spreading to the rest of your body, but Paramashiva revealed that the root cause of this problem is self-hatred, ma. You especially you hate that part of your body. You feel very insecure and incomplete with your body. You are not complete with yourself fully. So just do the completion with yourself. Write down all the incompletions with your body. You're just holding a lot of SDHD, self-hatred, self-denial, and self-doubt. So just complete with this. Write down all the incompletions you're having with your body. Write down all the hatred you're having towards yourself. And Paramashiva revealed that immediately the infection will go away. It is actually an internal infection which is starting and affecting the other parts of your body. So it has to immediately be attended to, ma. So please immediately attend to this by completing with your SDHD.
Nithyananda and Rajaventanaya. Ayya, Paramashiva revealed that there is so much unwanted stuff in your stomach, Ayya, and it is affecting your immunity. So to remove that unwanted stuff from your stomach, Paramashiva revealed that to drink neem juice in the morning. It will remove all the unwanted stuff from your stomach, and you'll be on your it will help you to increase your immunity also.
Okay, so that was a beautiful scanning for Rajavendanaya. I request you to get back. And Rudradevanaya, we thank you for contributing to Kailasa. You have requested for a body scanning and specifically requested, please scan my body and house to allow Mahalakshmi to flow without block. Thank you, Nithyananda. Yes, so Ma Brahma Yoga, you can do the body scanning and I will be doing the house scanning for you, Ayya. Yes, Ayya. Paramashiva has revealed that what you have to do is take turmeric and write on the you call it the right outside the door, apply fully turmeric on the borders of the door and put kumkum over that. Tie 4 lemons to the 4 corners of the door, and Paramashiva revealed to keep a small photo of Mahalakshmi, Devi Mahalakshmi, right above the door, and she will start flowing. Ayya. This is what Paramashiva did. Just apply fully turmeric, put kumkum, and tie 4 lemons to the 4 corners of your door and place the photo of Mahalakshmi over there. And automatically Mahalakshmi will flow without any block. And every day, please do puja to Devi Mahalakshmi and Swamiji, and automatically you will manifest all the wealth you want. You can also come and request Devi Parashakti, and she herself will bless you, and she herself will flow through you. Ayya. And Rajavendranaya has posted, thank you very much. Yes. Just follow the solution which Paramashiva has revealed through Ma Soni, and you will be completely healed here. Ma Brahma Yoga, are you ready? You did the body scanning for Rudradevanaya.
Yes, so Rudradevanaya, I did the body scanning for you, and Paramashiva revealed to me that you have a lot of pitta in your body, and for that you should start taking durva grass juice, 1 cup of durva grass juice every day, and also you should start eating neem leaves. If you follow these 2 solutions, the pitta in your body will start reducing, and that will also take out the laziness and the boredom which you're having throughout the day.
Wow, a very beautiful and unique solution for your body, Aya. I request you also to get back. And yes, we have few more minutes left. So Yashodhan Aya has contributed to Kailasa. So thank you so much, Aya, for contributing to Kailasa. And he has requested for a body scanning for Prakash Desai ji. I have his consent, Nithyananda. Yes, Aya, we'll definitely be doing a body scanning for Prakash Aya. If Matuni, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Prakash Aya. Okay, Ma Shilpa Shri has posted. Nityanandama, yesterday night I got muscle cramps and some sudden severe leg pain and too much body heat. It is external, it seems. Let me know what Swamiji reveals and what to do. Ma Brahma Yoga, you can do the body scanning for Ma Shilpa Shri. And Rajavendra we thank you so much for your contribution to Kailasa. And Rudradevan has posted, thank you, Balasins, and gratitude to Paramashiva. Yes, Aya. And again, thank you for your contribution to Kailasa. Just follow the solution which Paramashiva has revealed, and you will be completely healed from all your problems. Satya Narayan Aya has posted, please scan me for physical and mental issues. Please guide for betterment. Yes, Aya, I'll be doing the body scanning for you. Yes, Aya, Paramashiva has revealed, this is a body scanning for Satya Narayan Aya. Paramashiva has revealed that you have a lot of toxins in your body, Aya. So make a neem paste with turmeric every day. Make a neem paste with turmeric and take a bath with it, Aya, and you will be completely healed from the problems. And regarding the mental issues, Aya, it is just actually from past few days you've been getting a few skin allergies also. And Paramashiva has revealed that it is just a cognition which you are having. You feel, you continuously hold the cognition that you are sick, you are sick, you are sick, and some problem you are having. You are completely fine and you can manifest anything you want. It is just a cognition, Aya. So just complete with that cognition and you'll be completely fine. You can manifest anything you want. And Ayana's Avotan Zaya has gotten back. Thank you. I can say it's true about the food. I am using Haritaki. We'll use more, I think, now. Yes, Aya, thank you for getting back and verifying whether you were able to relate or no. Just follow whatever Paramashiva has revealed. Even though you are already using, Paramashiva has revealed, that means you have to use more. So just connect to Paramashiva and you'll be completely fine.
Yes, Shilpa Shri Tian, Ma Paramashiva revealed to me that yesterday the reason as to why you got your muscle cramps and you got severe leg pain is because the position in which you were sleeping was not right. So for the next 1 week at least, you should sleep on your right side. Like you should sleep on the right side of your body, and also you should like under like where when you're sleeping on your right side, like under you should keep a hot pack and sleep. If you just follow this for 1 week, the muscle cramps will also heal and you'll not get it again.
And sorry, I would just like to add on to Ma Brahmayuta scanning from Ma Shilpa Shri. I also scanned Ma. Paramashiva revealed two things. Just worship Krishna, Ma. Paramashiva very oddly showed me that you have to start worshipping Krishna and apply castor oil over there, man. You will be just massage with castor oil the first thing when you wake up in the morning, and then go for a bath, and you will be fine.
Nityanandam, I did the body scanning for Prakash Desai, and Aya Paramashiva revealed that you get severe body pain and bone pain. So Paramashiva revealed the solution is whenever you get body pain or bone pain, apply warm mustard oil, Aya, you get body pain, especially in the knee and thigh area. So whenever you get body or bone pain, please apply mustard, warm mustard oil.
Yes, very beautiful scanning. So we request all of you to get back in the chat and follow the solutions which Paramashiva has revealed, and you will be completely healed. And with this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation segment. So we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti and what are the Akashic readings. So we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyanam everyone, welcome back. So now we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about Devi Parashakti. So we will be first looking into the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranam. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate तारानायक शेखरं स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation of this verse is: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion red body, with the triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling in red lotus. And then another verse from the Lalita Sahasranam. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankushapushpabanachapam animadhibiravritam ayukaihirahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goat, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima of praise, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy and source power from which all of us came. All of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge into. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiffism Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving wounds, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrinkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swami was in Kailasa, Sri Parachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good news to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion I am listening. Listen, people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expressions of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment on your screen. So you can always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And a coin is considered the traditional Lakshana in the Hindu tradition, for those of you who do not know. And it is the lowest value. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even just a paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, you can do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut, taking it as the prasadam immediately. And the coins which you collect, you can send it to the LA temple. And some of you might be wondering what this betel nut and betel leaf might do. This betel leaf and betel nut might look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiments that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you to raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. You can see a picture of how you can set it up. So the 2 betel leaves, 1 banana and 1 betel nut, and the coin, you can set it up in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. And there are a few more additions which is an option if you would like. You can keep it like a coconut, banana, red bangles, kumkum, and flowers. So you can also keep these few things. But the basic necessary things as part of a tambulam is the betel nut, betel leaf, banana, and the coin. And now with this, we will be moving on to the next segment where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed for the humanity. So we will be back after a short break. So please stay tuned.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations made to humanity during this Pradaya, how we can survive this pandemic, and what guidance she has given for all of us to guide us through this dark time. We will understand what Devi has revealed on coronavirus and on immunity specifically, and how coronavirus affects immunity. So let us now get into this segment. If I can request a volunteer to start the slide share, please. So Devi has revealed that coronavirus will be affecting the immunity of people, and it will weaken the immune strength of people, whoever has been infected with coronavirus, and that COVID-19 will make the body more susceptible to other diseases and other infections. So we will explore some of those revelations today and understand deeper what Devi has revealed and how we can protect ourselves during this pandemic. So if I can request a volunteer to start the slide here, please. So as we wait for the volunteer to start the slide here, we can just understand a little bit more deeply why Devi has been revealing all of these beautiful revelations to us, and how we can connect with Devi and how we can benefit from those revelations. So as the Supreme Conference of Hinduism is manifesting the Devi Parashakti herself through his form, we are being blessed with many boons, blessings, and prayers. Our prayers are being answered. So it is our chance now to connect with Devi. We can actually ask our questions to Devi Parashakti through various platforms, either through YouTube. You can comment in the comment section. You can ask on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Twitter. So you can see in the scroll below where you can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti and ensure that you are getting the proper guidance and blessing directly from Devi herself. So if we can now understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti, specifically on COVID-19 and immune strength. So if we can start the slide share on immunity and COVID-19, we can begin. So Devi has revealed that coronavirus will be affecting the immune strength of people after they've been infected, well after they've been infected, even if they have recovered from COVID-19, their immune strength will still be weakened. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism himself has revealed that just because you have already been infected with COVID-19 and have recovered does not mean that you are protected from other variants and other diseases that will be arising within the next few months. So it is vital that we all protect ourselves during this time, ensure that we are taking heed to the guidance and blessings given by Devi Parashakti and Supreme Concept Hinduism, and to ensure that we are quarantining ourselves, isolating ourselves, and practicing social distancing and ensuring that we are following all COVID protocols. And the Adi Kailasa Satyapita has been opened up by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for this purpose, for the purpose of protecting humanity and protecting the people of India during this time. Not just Adi Kailasa Satyapita, but all the Satyapitas in India have been opened up for anyone who is interested in protecting themselves, in ensuring that they are having multi-layer quarantine with all possible protocols being implemented with proper sanitization methods, and ensuring that those who are going outside, are also outside of the campus, are not interacting with the rest of the residents in the campus, and various methods of boosting the immunity through Ayurveda, through Siddha, through homeopathy, naturopathy, and all other possible methods are being provided. Many aushadas, many kashayams are being provided to boost everybody's immunity, to ensure that they are being extra careful and extra protected during this time. The medical team within Adi Kailasa Satyapita is also providing steaming to ensure that all of the nasal cavities and the sinus cavities are clear, to ensure that they are any exposure to any diseases are being cleared, and to ensure all possible protection and safety during this time. And if you are interested in availing this opportunity to protect yourself if you're living in India, now is your chance. You can visit kailasa.org/Kailasa. That's KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. Kailasa.org/Kailasa. So if you are interested in protecting yourself and your family, now is your opportunity to visit kailasa.org/Kailasa and sign up today. Now we will begin this segment where we will understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations about immunity and COVID-19. So we can move to the next slide, please. We can move to the next slide, please. So let us look at some of these statistics and data of what is happening in the world today. So there have been over 186 million people who have been confirmed to be infected with COVID-19, and over 4 million deaths worldwide. And the main affected countries are United States, India, and Brazil. And these are the most severely affected countries today. The next slide, please. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations made on the 18th of June, 2021. I don't think the audio is being shared. You can just share the audio as well.
Responsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. That's the first priority.
Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
So, to reiterate David's revelations on the 18th of June 2021, still you are not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all other diseases which are waiting to attack the human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive. So let us look at the three main revelations made by Devi Parashakti. The first revelation that we will look at more deeply is Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. So let us explore and understand this revelation a little bit more. Next slide, please. So in Science Daily, research has suggested that a coronavirus infection actually alters the biochemical properties of the red and white blood cells, in some cases for months, a possible explanation for long COVID. And this was published on June 29, 2021, just 11 days after they did the revelation. And this article states that COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, sometimes over months. These results may help to explain why some affected people continue to complain of symptoms long after an infection, which is called long COVID. So as you can see, coronavirus actually changes the immune system. It actually affects the immunity just as they has revealed. And this is why many times your immunity and your ability to respond to other infections is weakened, just as they revealed. And you can see that many people are experiencing symptoms long after their infection, can be months, sometimes up to 6 months after they recovered from their infection. They are still experiencing symptoms such as fatigue, tiredness, and many other symptoms. So in this article from the Academy of Medical Sciences, it states that the way that the body defends against a virus is to recognize and neutralize it. However, in Forbes, they have stated that the coronavirus suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. This immunosuppression allows for the 2-week incubation period, which gives corona enough time to attack the body. And so, as they revealed, the coronavirus actually does directly affect the immune system and suppresses the immune system. So here you can see a typical timeline for someone who has been suffering with COVID-19. And you can see that the initial infection happens between 0 to 5 days, and then the prodromal period is between 5 and 10 days. And then when between 10 and 15 days is when most people experience acute infection, where they are even sometimes made to are forced to go to the ICU because the infection is so bad. So you can see that usually this happens between 0 to 15 days, 2 weeks. As most people experience normal infections, those who experience infections that are worse, so can experience symptoms much later than this 15-day time period, and sometimes can go on for months. And here you can see coronavirus, COVID-19, in comparison with other deadly pandemics throughout history. And you can see HIV on the far left side, which has affected people for over the past 40 years and has killed over 30 million people, 35 million people over the course of 40 years. However, if we look at coronavirus, it has been affecting people over the past 2 years only and has already killed 4 million people, which is also considered to be severely underreported numbers, as many people in India and other countries have not been, the numbers have not been properly reported, and it's suspected that there are far more infections and far more deaths due to COVID-19. You can see in comparison to the HIV pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic is slowly but surely coming to the same level as the HIV pandemic, which has been around for more than 40 years. With coronavirus only being around for 2 years, you can see how it is very much a serious pandemic, and one of the worst pandemics that humanity has faced in the last few hundred years. And we can see some of the long-term effects of coronavirus on the immunity. Further studies have been done by the University of Oxford and found that the cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID. And the British Society of Immunology has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health, and it also affects our cardiovascular and renal systems. So just as they revealed, the research has also found the same, that COVID-19 actually impairs the cells and affects how people are recovering from COVID-19, how the immune system is responding to COVID-19. And in recent research, it has been found that exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body and is not limited to only the lungs and respiratory systems, as was originally thought. But in addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue and shortness of breath, and this can last for months after the original infection. The name given to those suffering from COVID-like symptoms after the infection has passed is called long COVID, and this has been reported in many patients. And long COVID can affect the lungs, the cardiovascular system, the circulatory system, and can cause fatigue and inflammation, which directly affects the immune system, just as the hepatitis is. And here is an example of how the lungs can be affected in someone who has been suffering with COVID-19. You can
scarring within the lungs compared to the healthy lungs. And even after contracting coronavirus, your immune system and remains weakened, and you are more susceptible to other illnesses. And here you can see on the CDC website that they say that the symptoms can last weeks or months after first being infected with the virus, and multiple effects can affect most, if not all, body systems, including the heart, the lungs, the skin, and the brain function. So you can see that coronavirus deeply affects the body and specifically the immune system, just as they And so let us look at the other revelations made by Devi Parashakti. Devi has revealed that all other diseases which are waiting to attack the human body after the strength of immunity has been weakened by coronavirus. So let us look at that revelation of the So we can see many of us have heard that black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping the nation in India and affecting those patients who have recovered from COVID-19. And there have been reported in this news website 9,000 cases of this rare infection, and other websites have reported that out of 5,424 cases, over 4,556 cases of this fungal infection are found in COVID-19 patients who have recovered from coronavirus. And here you can see the photos of patients who have been infected with coronavirus and have also been duly infected with fungal diseases, how they are suffering, how it is attacking the body, the brain, as Lady has revealed. And let us look at the last revelation, which is that it is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. So many of us have already heard that there are several variants of coronavirus that have been recently discovered and affecting the world. There have been Brazil, the South Africa, the India, and the UK variants, which have been severely affecting humanity. So let us look at some of those variants now. In Kent, in UK, the Alpha variant has come out of UK, and in South Africa, the Beta variant has come, and out of Brazil and out of India, the Delta variant, which is one of the most transmissible variants that has arisen recently. And you can see that the dangers of other variants was further highlighted when the World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmissible variant of COVID. And this article also indicates that the Delta variant was the primary cause for India's second wave of coronavirus, of COVID-19. So just as they have revealed, other variants will be arising. And as the Supreme Council of Hinduism has revealed recently, that not just the Delta variant, but even the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant are serious causes of concern and will be severely affecting the people of India in the coming months. So it is highly important for us to take heed through Devi Parashakti's revelations and the Supreme Council of Hinduism's revelations. So let us look at that. And here you can see a small infographic that shows us the 4 variants that are currently circulating the world and how many countries have been affected by these particular variants. And the Alpha variant has affected over 175 countries. The Beta variant has affected over 122 countries. The Gamma variant has affected 74 countries, and the Delta variant, which is the most recent variant and the most transmissible variant as of recent, has affected over 104 countries. And other variants of coronavirus have also been recently discovered, as we stated earlier. The Lambda variant and the Delta Plus variant has been warned by the Supreme Court of Kailasa that it will be seriously affecting the country, and it will be the current variant that has been affecting the country is the Delta variant, which is considered to be 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, and which is much more contagious than the original strain that has come out of China. And even more so, the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant will be much more transmissible as per the Supreme Court of revelation. And it is not that you will be protected if you have already been infected with COVID-19. The secondary attack rates have been known to be between 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. So let us look at these revelations.
ஷர்மிளா, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
The translation of Baby's revelation. Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples in Kailasa. No suffering will come from my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2021. It is a conspiracy. Let us look at this revelation a little bit more deeply. So the article below highlights that the predictions for coronavirus in India are suggested to state that the third wave of COVID-19 may hit in its peak between October and November, and as per these revelations, there are more waves of COVID-19 coming for India. And as they revealed that in Puratasi month, the third wave will be coming, and Supreme Court has revealed that the third wave of coronavirus will be affecting India in the coming months, in the Puratasi month, which is August and September, and it will peak as suspected to be in October and November. And here you can see that articles and research are confirming this same information. And the articles continue to say that if new variants are discovered, it would spread faster in the third wave. This is exactly as the Supreme Court of News revealed that the coming new variants, the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant, will severely affect and quickly affect the population. So what is the solution, and what can we do to protect ourselves during this time? Does anybody have any solution with more and more COVID-19 waves coming up? How can we protect ourselves? Kailasa is the only place that is safe, and the Supreme Court is the only hope. With all of the Kailasas in India opened up to humanity for the purpose of protecting yourself during this pandemic, now is your opportunity to beautiful offering made by the Supreme Lord Buddha to humanity to protect yourself from this coronavirus, and with multi-layer quarantine and all possible amenities, you can sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And with this, we will be concluding this portion of the segment, and we will be moving into the next segment, where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi, how we can connect with Devi much more deeply, and how we can receive the blessings and boons in the different various ways, how we can connect and receive our blessings. We will be moving into the offering segment in just a moment. We'll be right back after a short break.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. Now we'll be entering into the next segment of today's program on the various different offerings that are available for each and every one of you to offer today. Offerings are a beautiful way that you can experience deep and lasting oneness with the incarnation of Paramashiva and with Devi Parashakti today. So I request if we can project the slide for the offerings to Devi Parashakti, where we're literally causing the reality for you. There's a beautiful context that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself gave for the offerings done by Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya. Until you're able to manifest the reality that you want and manifest the powers that you want, we will be able to manifest it for you through these offerings, through these beautiful different offerings. And you'll see today how it's a various array of offerings, where from one end where you can offer any amount, or to the most priceless and valuable offerings that you can make. Anything is available, anything is accepted by Devi Parashakti. And no matter what is your comfort zone at the moment right now, you can offer today. Now, in the Hindu tradition, all of us Hindus know that for every single different occasion in our lives, even if it might be the birthdays or marriage anniversaries, or if we're starting school for the first time, or if we're starting business for the first time, or if we're starting a new venture, anything, even a new car, everything will first invoke the divine in our lives, and will offer our gratitude for having guided us thus far, protected us thus far. And then we will request for their guidance further in our lives to remove all the obstacles. And now we will be entering into the next segment of the program, where we'll be going over the offerings. And we have various different offerings today, not just the offerings that are very valuable and the gold offerings, but also offerings that you can offer for any amount, any general donation that you'd like to make. Because, of course, it is a platform where anyone, no matter the status that they have, no matter the current situation, they can connect with Devi Parashakti and experience oneness. So now we'll be entering into this next segment, and each and every one of you will be able to experience literal oneness with Devi Parashakti at this time. And not only that, the significance of an offering is so beautiful. If you see, an offering is literally a giving of a divine gift, where it is of love and devotion, gratitude, and all these higher beautiful emotions associated to it. And the offering involves two aspects. One is giving and one is accepting. The offering does not come to fruition if it is not accepted and blessed upon you with all the fruition that you wanted it in the first place. And in the Leela of the avatar, an offering is simply a part of that Leela for the purpose of enlightenment. And you will see that not only in our daily lives or anytime, even in the special occasions, we are always incorporating these beautiful offerings and incorporating the ritualistic sevas in order to live and practice the presence of God, practice the presence of divine in our lives. When we do that, we will literally be able to relate with God. We will be able to relate with the divine in every single instant in our life, whether it is the waking up in the morning, or we're going about our daily lives, we're driving to work, we're working, we're eating, whatever it is, there's always an aspect where we are living with God. And these offerings are a way that we invite God into our lives, invite their beautiful presence and their enlightening, peaceful, healing presence inside of our lives, and keep them with us, cherish them continuously. And every single one of these offerings has such a beautiful, sacred sentiment where you will be able to transcend all of our lower cognitions, lower emotions even, and transcend to higher emotions, higher beautiful intelligence in your life. And you'll see even that many of these offerings are made in gold, and they are the different gold jewelries that Devi Parashakti wears and the different abharanas that she wears. You will see that gold actually has a very important significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and we'll be reading a little bit about how the gold has significance. In addition, every one of these these offerings is associated and referred in a different scripture. That is one of the beauties of each and every one of these offerings, is that they're not just taken out of the blue and randomly made as an offering, but they are sourced, they are having sources in the scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which contain beautiful context and declarations for the whole universe, for the whole life itself. So it's a very powerful science that we are presenting to you here that is foolproof and works for thousands of years to manifest people's reality as they want it. So now we'll be entering into the segment right away. I also invite each and every one of you to ensure that you are
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities.
Yes, Nithyananda. Now let us begin going into all the different offerings that we have today. And if we just can go to the previous slide, we'll just briefly understand what is the significance of the element gold in these different offerings. Now, in the Atharva Veda, there is a beautiful verse on the significance of gold, how the gold has different virtuous and powerful properties. Can we go to the previous slide more? And in our day and age, we understand that the gold has value. It has economic value, and even we offer it in gifts to our loved ones. For Mother's Day, for Father's Day, we often give gold as a gift, as like a golden watch or a golden necklace, a gold jewelry. All of these we understand and we know are gifts in gold. However, we don't truly understand the sacred and spiritual properties and qualities of gold. Gold is a divine element. It literally purifies anything and everything and anything that is in its vicinity. Gold has so much of beautiful significance. Sorry, can we go to the previous slide now? And gold is in all of the scriptures, this reference, how it is beautifully displayed across the whole civilization. In all the Vedas, the Agamas, the Puranas, the Itihasas, the Smritis, the Shrutis, everything, gold is present, and it has so much of significance. The Vedic ancient rishis, the ancient scientists of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, are always extremely aware of the properties of gold that is extremely divine. If we see how gold is in the huge archways or in the pavement, everything, in every place, gold is present and used in the civilization because we believe of its divine nature, and it's able and capable to make even us divine. And even the horses, the cows, the elephants, even every single animal that lived in coexistence in the civilization, all of them were decorated and worshipped with gold. The gold was so valuable, and it was everywhere in the Hindu civilization. In fact, the gold had so much of significance, and even in the civilization, the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold, and the Saraswati River was called the Hiranyavartani. And this is both referenced in the Rig Veda and the Atharva Veda. So gold is a supreme element. And gold has a lot of significance, especially today. It's able to purify and give sattva energy, infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Thank you, Mom. The next slide, please. Yes. So now let us begin with the first offering that we have today, the e-hundi offering. And this can be any general donation that you'd like to make. And there's two ways of making this general donation, either through the YouTube super chat, or you can do the registration links that will be provided. But before we understand all of these nitty-gritties, first let us understand the beautiful context of this offering. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there is a beautiful context laid out even in the Lalita Sahasranama, where Devi Parashakti is described as, I'll be chanting this verse, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Ghamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradya Sharvani Sharmadayini. And the meaning of this is absolutely significant. Here it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. So, Devi being the one who accepts all true devotion, any kind of devotion that you have, she removes all the fear. And if you have any fear, Devi Parashakti is sure to remove any of that. And Devi Parashakti is the one whom we worship in our lives, especially when our thoughts and our existential questions are turning more and more inside. And we are starting that extremely significant process of seeking inside of us. So here we have a couple of the words, a word-by-word translation. Shambhavi in this verse is the consort of Lord Shambhu, and Sharadharadhya means the worship by Sharadha or Saraswati. Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva again. And in the Linga Purana, Lord Shiva is called as Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadayani means Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can offer your gratitude and devotion through this e-hundi offering. Once again, it's a very simple offering. You can offer any amount that you wish. And we'll be going over the steps on how to offer that later in this segment. And the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. In the Hindu tradition, each and every one of us chants the Sankalpa every day during the Guru Puja. It is a beautiful, sacred way and traditional way that we declare what we want to manifest that day or what we want to manifest in our life. And every single day, we infuse so much of energy of eternal celebration, eternal auspiciousness, and going beyond fear, greed, and lust, and attaining this pure state of jnana, or and of having the ultimate knowledge. All of these are the beautiful boons that are embedded within these sankalpa. And not only that, we are praying to the Lord, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and to the deity, whomever we are worshiping, for manifesting these very qualities in our life. And during the Sankalpa chanting, your name as well as all of the names of the people whom, on behalf of whom you are offering this puja, will be chanted as well. And there is a beautiful verse as well from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, that I'll just be chanting the English translation. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So offering the sankalpa, or the conscious resolution, blesses a person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes which he is yearning for. We can go on now. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. It's a very exquisite offering that we have here today. And this is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, in ode and tribute and reverence for Devi Parashakti, as she is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names, in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. It's a special and unique archana, which is offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of these 1008 names and receive the blessings for all of the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And the next offering is the Mukta Angati. Now, even with us human beings and our normal relationships, if we know that our mother has a unique liking for pearls, then even if she doesn't say it, or even if she doesn't ask for it, we know we know that she likes it. Whenever we give her a gift, we'd like to get that very special gift. And you know that you'll make her happy and please her through that. And simply she'll just be happy if you offer this item, this pearls, for her. Now, even Devi Meenakshi she was known in all of the scriptures and is described as having been adorned by pearls. And she very much has a liking for pearls, and pearls ultimately pleased her. And in fact, there's a verse from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam where it describes Meenakshi in all her glory and how she loves the pearl. So I'll just be chanting that verse. Muktaharanala satkirita ruchiram purnendu vakta prabham Shinjannu purikinkini manidharam padma prabhavasuram Sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshi pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and fish shining like the full moon, who wears anklets and studded gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The next slide, please. Yes, so knowing that Devi Parashakti in the form of Devi Meenakshi is so fond of the pearls, we can offer this pearl ring and receive the blessings to be showered by Devi Parashakti's compassion and her pure love. Devi Meenakshi is actually the very incarnation of Devi Parashakti, who came down and manifested the state, space, powers, and very being of Kailasa itself on planet Earth, and literally united all of the 56 deshas. And she had ruled from Madurai, this huge civilization. So she manifested such a amazing ambition of hers, and in fact even manifested the ultimate face of Kailasa, having been married and ruling as the divine consort of Paramashiva himself, and ruling with the incarnation of Paramashiva as Lord Sundareshwara. So Devi Meenakshi blesses us with this offering for the blessings to achieve all of our ambition, just with the same success and ferocity and intensity that she had when she came down on planet Earth. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kamikagama, there's a verse where it says all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. The next slide, please. So the lotus actually has so many different references, hundreds of references in the scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And you can see even in the Hindu civilization, the walls, the architecture, the arts, the floor, everything will be decorated with the lotus. And even in the worship of Paramashiva, the lotus is considered a divine flower and is considered very, very auspicious to offer, especially when we are offering to our favorite deity or to the Guru or to Paramashiva himself. And even the mudras and asanas that we do during the puja are all associated in some way or form to the lotus. And it's not just the lotus flower which has significance, but the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and the lotus petals. And in fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus. You can offer this beautiful golden lotus in any size which you wish, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. The next offering is the Swarna Metti. This Swarna Metti offering is the offering of the golden toe ring. And I'll just be chanting the verse here where it references the golden toenails of Devi Parashakti. Nakhadiditi samchanna namajjana namo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the mind of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring, has a beautiful significance and is adorning the very toenails that liberate us from all ignorance and all darkness. So you can offer the golden toe ring and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of life. And the next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. And even in the verses, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And you can offer this Mamtika as well in order to experience the beautiful experience of ultimate oneness with Devi Parashakti and overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. The next slide, please. The next offering that we have here today is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja is another offering done for the divine lotus feet, an elaborate ritual that is actually the most precious offering that all Kailasians around the world even offer at the feet of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. And I'll once again be chanting this verse. Nakhadiriti samchana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails expel the darkness of ignorance. In the devotees prostrating at her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. So the Saundarya Lahari actually describes how Devi Parashakti toenails actually is sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. And Tamoguna here is considered as darkness. And in this stotram, tamas is indicative of darkness in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before the feet of Devi Parashakti, ignorance is removed and you attain ultimate knowledge. You can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the ultimate blessings and auspiciousness from the Supreme Point of Hinduism. The next offering is the Vastra Seva. The Vastram in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the sacred cloth. So it is any ornament or the adornment that we offer to Devi Parashakti and we offer to all the deities and especially our Guru. And the Vastra Seva is especially beautiful to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and her protection in our lives. The next slide, please. So as you can see here, we have the table of different offerings that you can offer. And it is all the different offerings from the Ihundi offering to the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, everything that you need to offer and what you can do today for the offering. So now we'll go on and let us just see how we can make these offerings today. So you might be in two different categories. And one of those categories might be that you want to manifest this offering, but perhaps you don't have the money or the time or the resources right now. You can go ahead and you can offer you can fill out your intention form. So if you want to sincerely manifest these offerings in your life, and perhaps you want to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or you want to offer different offerings, you can do so. And you can ensure that you are offering as well. And start manifesting today. It might take some time, but if we have the clear intention, within just a few days, even within 24 hours, we can manifest that into reality. So you can offer and first fill out the intention form in order to start manifesting these offerings today. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. We can go on to the next slide now. Yes. So as you can see here, we have the intention form, tiny.cc/bhava samadhi. And if you are ready to make a payment today, that is great. You can go to the link for the online payment, which is tiny.cc/devi-offering. And once you have made your payment, you can go to tiny.cc/sankalpa2021 and make sure you fill out this form in order so that all of your names and your family's names will be associated with your offering and chanted during the puja. So all of these are extremely essential steps, no matter what stage you are in. Either you are before making an offering, or you're just considering making an offering, or you're making the offering, or you have made your payment. You can make sure that you go there. So yes, as you can see, we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan form here. This is the intention form. If you would like to make an intention today, then you can fill out this easy, quick form and get ready and start manifesting that into your reality. And the next slide, and the next form, we also have the link for the payment. Yes, as you can see, you can fill out, there's a few easy questions, and it makes a difference because you start taking the steps towards manifesting, and you will be able to get more information, you'll be able to get help in manifesting these offerings, and so on and so forth. Yes, and as you can see, this is the payment link. This is a payment link. When you go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings, you'll be going to this site. You can select any of the offerings that you'd like and then select add to cart. So as you can see, the drop down menu. Then select add to cart, and then once you get into the cart, you'll be able to review all the items in your cart and then proceed to checkout. And then once you proceed to checkout, you can fill out your details, your payment details, and your billing details, and all that is required here as well. So it's a very quick online payment that you can make. It's very easy. It's just your general online payment that you would make if you're doing online shopping, as most of us are doing nowadays. And we also have another option, and that is the YouTube Super Chat. On YouTube, first of all, make sure that you are a member of the YouTube channel, and make sure that you are that you have become a member of the YouTube channel to get access to more than 7,000 videos and a cumulative of 20,000 hours of the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, different discourses, darshans, dikshas, sessions that you will be able to enjoy. So once you have once you are a member, you'll be able to see an option to offer the super chat or super sticker. So as you can see, we just had the super chat option and the super sticker option, and you can just select that and decide which one you want to do. And it's a very easy offering that you can make today as a donation to Kailasa, and for any offering for the experience, out of gratitude for the experience of oneness that you will be able to experience today. So as you can see, it's a very quick payment, and you'll be able to pay through either credit card, debit card, or PayPal here. So yes, this brings us to a conclusion of this segment today, and we have Ma Dayami Swami joining us for the next segment of today's program, and where we'll be understanding the various different contributions, services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. Yes, thank you so much, Madhayami Swami, for joining us today and guiding all of the viewers in understanding the next series and the next segment in the updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham. I'm sure over there a lot of efforts are going on in order to make sure that the Kailasa COVID care centers are running successfully and protecting people from the ongoing pandemic. And so much is ongoing over there. Thank you for joining us, Ma. And we'll now proceed for the next segment in today's program.
I'm muted. Okay, I think I will repeat. Apologize, I was muted and then sharing. So, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings, the Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. Across the world, the pandemic race, the cases of the pandemic increasing, which across India, the major famous temples are being shut down and closed for indefinite period of time. For example, in Siddhi Sai Baba temple in Maharashtra, it's remained closed for devotees on Monday till further orders. The temple chief executive officer, Sri Sai Baba Santanam Trust, said that took a decision after the Maharashtra government on Sunday announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of coronavirus, and Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. Keeping in view of the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town on Sunday. The famous temple is closed for devotees since May 5th as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. Not only the famous Puri Jagannath temple is closed, practically all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, as city records the highest daily COVID surge. With the Odisha capital, Bhubaneswar, registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities recently declared the closure of all religious places like temple, mosques, gurudwaras, churches for devotees since last Wednesday for further order. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Madura temples ban entry of devotees amidst COVID-19 surge. The major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, recently banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. In Gujarat, famous Somanath temple is closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. The Somanath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11th for an indefinite period of time. On the other hand, in Tamil Nadu, the murtis of a Chola era time, the temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kulutunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. And all of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state few days ago. So across India, the situation is like this. The temples are shut down, are vandalized. What is Kailasa's experience, temple experience? Now, in the time when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet, all these ancient sacred sentiments have come down to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let us understand the basics with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the basics. So why deity worship? Why do we need to worship the deities? Please understand, the deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before you in a form that you can see, you can touch, relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. That's the first thing. Second, the deity is in a real kshetra. A kshetra is a place where the high frequency vibrational energy is present all the time. And in a real kshetra, the deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of an ancient masters and enlightened beings. Those deities are energized by these enlightened beings. Even though the enlightened beings are no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used to while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Advaita Satya is the truth of oneness. Experiencing the truth of oneness is going to happen, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, to understand more, the divine has got infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana Gunas. Infinite qualities. Whenever a devotee prays intensely, connect with that divine. For example, and that divine appears to save that devotee in a form that becomes an independent intelligence. The divine appears to save the humanity. That becomes an independent intelligence. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya. It is such that Markandeya was, his destiny is such that he was destined to die at the age of 16. And his parents naturally were so devastated and they were in utter sorrow. So Markandeya, to remove their sorrow, he is naturally, since childhood, he was connected to Paramashiva, intensely prayed to him all the time. So when at the age of 16, when it was time for him to leave the body, the Lord of Death, Yama, came to take him life away. But Markandeya closely hugged the Paramashiva and intensely connected and prayed to him. To save the intense devotion, to save this devotee, Paramashiva appeared as Kala Kala. In Sanskrit, Kala means Lord of Death. And Paramashiva came to save the life of Markandeya as Kala Kala, that become an independent intelligence as we worship him as Kala, deity as Kala Kala. The same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy to perform the Panchakrityas, the 5 actions. The actions, he just does it in a cosmic dance so casually. The creation of this universe, the maintenance of this universe, the sustenance of this universe, and the removing the ego, the rejuvenating us and pulling out of delusion and finally giving us the liberation. All these 5 Panchakritas Paramashiva performs so casually with his dance, the cosmic dancer, as Nataraja. The form is called Nataraja, the cosmic dancer. So when we connect with him as a Nataraja, gives us the boons what we ask for. Same way, the Mahavishnu's every action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Same way, Brahma's every action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate divine becomes the independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with these independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. So whatever result you want, worship with the rites. Those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. So immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in Kailasa's COVID care centers, protect your life, save your life. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let's understand the Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Now that we have the basic understanding of why deity worship, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived these temple ecosystems everywhere, established temples everywhere, let's understand more about this Kailasa's ecosystems. What is Kailasa? Kailasa is a place where everything related to the super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. They are there forever serving the humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his own voice. What is Kailasa, the revival of Hinduism's temple ecosystems, for just a short clip.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his entire life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Sciences, Human Services, to bring harmony in humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of the temple ecosystems. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, the Joshua Gordon, pointed out that the environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. Individual factors such as the microbiome, the natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparities. The social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems globally through the Kailasa Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. Now let us see some of these pictures, how the since a since 2001 and before, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived. Let's see some of the glimpses. This picture that you see are taken from 21st October 2006, following the meditation under the sacred banyan tree in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, Bedadi, Bangalore. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of the Vavali. You can see the joyous celebrations. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony. This picture was taken in Adi Kailasa, Bangalore, 22nd December 2018. And you can see this picture, which was taken on 14th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called as Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop in Chennai. And you can see 17th December 2006, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana program, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2 at St. Peter's Engineering College, Chennai, where you can see thousands of devotees are attending this convention. And you can see the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up to the river Ganga, Harshil. And you can see the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai as serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. And this picture is taken on 20th December 2011. You can see these blissful pictures taken on 31st December 2018. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in morning meditation and the traditional yoga or ritualistic worship. This picture is taken on Adi Kailasa, Bedadi, India. And you can see the most blissful pictures, the distribution of the butter as part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism distributing the sweet butter to one and all. And as part of the continuous celebration, the whole day, the celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami celebration, the all present are playfully celebrating. This picture again taken on 17th August 2014. And 17th August 2014, as part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebration, the peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing the free organic food to the public. Now, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in the Kara Seva, where you find the Kara Seva is the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple. You find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself participating in this Kara Seva. This picture is taken on 11th September 2016. And you can see the picture from where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with the volunteers and Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camps, and clearing the roads, local roads, for further relief efforts. This picture is taken on Pondicherry, the South India, taken on 2nd January 2013. And you can see, as part of the Thane flood relief food preparations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism monitoring the food preparations and distribution of food to the Thane flood relief victims. And this picture is taken on 4th January 2012. And you can see the picture again taken on 3rd January 2012, Pondicherry, where you could see the medical camps. Kailasa's ecosystems around the world. You can see the Kailasa's ecosystems spread over across continents, across globe. You will see various thousands of ecosystems have been established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, you can see way back in 1994. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can see the leftmost picture where Mataji Vibhudananda Puri is traditionally handing over to the Adhinam to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in the right, you will see, right side picture, you will see where in 2017, the same Adhinam, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shiva Diksha. This picture that you're seeing now, taken in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, January 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly serving the Annadan, the traditional temple services. And this picture that you see, the 11th, taken on 11th March 27 at Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, thousands arrived to celebrate the Enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can see these pictures are from Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham, which is also called Adi Nithyananda Peetham. This is the first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, at the mere age of 23, on the banks of the sacred Kaveri River, 2001. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem we know now today as the Kailasa. This picture, the historical picture, is the sacred Bhumi Puja consecration stone where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the puja, worship. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem, which with this same banyan tree at its heart. This is the spiritual headquarters, the main headquarters of Kailasa. It is established way back in 2003. And you can see the temple deities, the sacred banyan tree. You can see via live stream the Kalpa Vriksha tree. The Kalpa Vriksha is the wish fulfilling tree. The sacred banyan tree, it's available continuously to fulfill your wishes. You can via streaming, live streaming, and you can see the deities of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. And the rightmost picture is the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Linga at this sacred Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam, the spiritual headquarters, India. And you can see the same Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam and Bedadi, the continuous flow of the worship and temple services. And on the other side, the Western Hemisphere, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first temple by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. You can find this temple from Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And their divine faces have been directly hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see these pictures are from Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, the Western headquarters. The Los Angeles temple, first inaugurated in 2005 and then established in its permanent location in 2007, houses the largest Shivalinga and Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. And Kailasa in Los Angeles have the plinth area, which the temple complex has got 25,000 square foot, housing over 80 deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. And you can see this picture is from Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha, and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Chidambaram temple, the ancient Hindu temple where Paramashiva resides as Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, and the expression of Akasha, the space. The Nataraja has also been revealed to be the center of the Earth magnetic equator. You can see these pictures are from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, the Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Nithyanandeshwara Linga, and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The Madurai Meenakshi temple, home to Devi Meenakshi in South India, the divine cosmic mother and the consort of the Lord Sundareshwara, the most blissful form of Lord Shiva. And you can see these pictures are from St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, the Kailasa and St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India, which houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and the celebration for past 7 years. And you can see the pictures are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala, the for all the Navagraha doshas. See, the Navagrahas are the ones who gives you the result of what you have done, the karmas, the sins that you have done, good, bad, whatever you have done, to give you the result of that. Navagrahas will align. So, but when you are transformed and when you are in the prayaschitta, you can do the parihara and reduce the effect of that. So that parihara sthala is this Houston temple, Kailasa in Houston. And you can see these pictures are from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Naimanas and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are all seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. The Kailasa in Toronto is active and alive from 2011 onwards. The Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconsciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan, traditional and other traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Kailasa's Department of Human Services and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems that we have seen so far all consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and the spiritual well-being and the prosperity to the humanity. Now, join now and any one of the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can see the live stream continuously available of the sacred banyan tree, which is the Kalpa Vriksha. The Kalpa Vriksha is the wish fulfilling tree. So you can watch this Kalpa Vriksha continuously and pray to this Kalpa Vriksha to get your boons fulfilled, your wishes fulfilled. The deities, the temple deities, and the continuous rituals you can watch via live stream, and where you can also see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously revealing, expounding the sacred secrets from the scriptures. I can see some more glimpses of the temple Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. Now, on 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings has to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, the Navapashana is going to flower, all people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower, people, whoever comes and dips in Vaidya they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will take a dip in the Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi continued to reveal that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. For the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar, go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders, during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its not only doors to all without exception. Join now in Kailasa's COVID protection centers, COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now let's see the glimpses of the Adi Kailasa ship, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, the glimpses from Adi Kailasa, where the various rituals are happening continuously. You can see the glimpses, more and more glimpses from the Adi Kailasa. More and more fire rituals are happening, and the Abhishekams, the Alankarams, and the marriage festivals and the various other festivals that are continuously happening in this sacred temple. Join in these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. So let's have a short break before moving on to the next segment. Now let us understand how these Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection happening in these centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presence. Now, across the world, there is a hunger catastrophe. COVID-19 is creating this. In India, the pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening food insecurity. You can see across the world today, COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could be fall into a category of food insecure over and above 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. The hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced the food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti, according to the sources connected to the United States of Children's Fund. The number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing the alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. The price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in the Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns. With 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter, just over one third, 37%, that is, requesting health or medical care. The famine risk spikes amidst conflict, the COVID-19 and funding gaps. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected as the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June, he said. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. The World Bank releases a report on growing food insecurity. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In the report released on May 20th, 2021, stated that the COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, which impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum says that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso the South Sudan and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of those facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below. You can see the link is projected on screen, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, let us understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what he revealed as about the food. Let us understand the powerful cognitions given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism related to food. You become what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to what you are. So what you eat directly affects to what you are, and that is why I am making the statement that you become what you eat. When it is what is in your plate matters, because that is going to become you. Violence-based food derived from killing animals and life negative, chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health, it gives you an inner space, the physical system and physiological flow to develop the highest psychology. To develop the highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. You become what you eat. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares some more powerful cognition that your brain is constructed for all those higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. Vegetarianism as a lifestyle. Make vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current. But it is given a 20,000 volts current. What will happen? It will get fused. So the food without anxiety, fear, the food without fear, the food without depression, the food without bio-memories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Kailasa's Annalayas, free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for all, eliminating this hunger. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's Annalayas are providing the free organic vegetarian sattvic meals for all, eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, and community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of the famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasa's Annalayas, the food banks, established all across the globe, distributes and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. Under the red Om symbol, the Kailasa Department of State of Red Om, providing relief work for natural man-made calamities, working to eliminate the hunger. You'll see the picture that you're seeing now, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the food. We will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I'm not giving any fantasy. It's already becoming a reality. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, said that on 17th June 2019. On 22nd, 2002, the pictures that you see show the early days of Kailasa Department of Spiritual Mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam, Tiruvannamalai, India. In 2013, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of Kailasa, the sovereign order of Kailasa, to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin on his right hand. In 2013, two steel plants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. The picture is soon after the surgery. And this picture, which is taken on 3rd January 2012 in Pondicherry, Thane flood relief. And some more pictures which are taken on 3rd January 2012, the Pondicherry Thane flood relief. And you can see this picture again on 3rd January 2012, where thousands have been distributed free organic sattvic food as part of the Thane flood relief. And this picture that you see taken on 9th September 2011, Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration in Tiruvannamalai, India, and this temple is Nithyananda Annalaya is serving lakhs of devotees every day the free sattvic organic meals to lakhs of people every day. On 25th November 2005, the picture that you're seeing, Arogya Spurana health workshop where all the participants are receiving the free sattvic organic vegetarian meal from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see this picture, Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop, which was taken on 12th December 2007, where in Salem, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the food, and where you can see thousands of the participants are served the free organic vegetarian meal. And you can see this picture, which is taken on 20th September 2012, where during the program Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the sattvic vegetarian organic meal. And this picture on 27th, 2012, 27 November 2012, Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, where you'll see thousands of devotees, in fact, lakhs of devotees are served the free sattvic organic vegetarian meal. And during the Inner Awakening meditation workshop, the pictures that you see are from that program on 10th May 2017. And 10th April 2017, the Kalpataru meditation workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India. And this picture that you see is a Bandhara feast served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks, where lakhs of people were served every day. On this picture is taken on 5th May 2016. 20th April 2016, Kalpataru meditation workshop. And you can see this picture that was taken on 11th March 2017, Arunachala Sarvajna Peetham, Tiruvannamalai, India, where the free sattvic organic meal is served to one and all. On 18th August 2019, the picture that you are seeing are from the Tiruchangodu Adinam, the Adi Nithyananda Peetham, Sarvajna Peetham, India, where the Annadanam, the free sattvic organic vegetarian meal is served to one and all. And this picture on the Western Hemisphere, the Annadana, the free distributed to during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of Guru, Kailasa in Houston, USA, which picture is taken on 6th July 2019. And you can see this picture during the program of Parashakti meditation workshop on 8th December 2016. And Annadan service continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. This picture is from Madurai, India, 30th May 2020. Now let us see a video of proof of the necessity for this Annadan, the Bengal famine in 1943.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
In 1943 to 1944, where in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed that they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, 2016 on Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3 plus million people. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has served more than 1 billion free meals in the Udayan Kumbh Mela in past 26 years and are determined to end the hunger and poverty in all its forms. The Kailasa, with the 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver with what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightened based nation driven by the selfless service. In the Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures declare that this is the Pramana from the Taittiriya Upanishad, Briguvalli chapter 3 verse 9 that says Annam Bahu Kurvita. That means let us produce food in large quantities through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food. Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join now in Kailasa's COVID protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as the Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings comes, and we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. And enlightenment beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save Cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi Parashakti continued that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking, just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come and come there and looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The Kailasa's free COVID care centers open across India are Adi Kailasa in Vedadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Adinam in Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzir Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself in the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. The spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India, the medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine. The infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. Join now in one of the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now you can see some of the pictures, how in Adi Kailasa, how the centers are got ready and serving the participants of these COVID care centers. Groceries collected for Annadan, you can see the bags, and Ayurvedic Sattvic vegetarian food is served to one and all. The Kailasa Department of Housing, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, the Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. And the Kailasa Department of Agriculture at Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, the banyan plantation in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, a glimpse of self-sustainability lifestyle being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. Kailasa Department of Agriculture in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, the Department of Agriculture's mission is to research and implement environment-friendly, sustainable, economy-friendly methods of agriculture. The next pasture of land was prepared by dividing, irrigation, and preparing of manure. You can see these pictures. The peacekeepers of Kailasa are preparing and working round the clock tirelessly. And you can see the Kailasa Department of Housing, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. This picture is taken on 7th June 2021. The Kailasa Department of Health, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, as the third wave of COVID hits the world. the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive and measures. Each individual is guided to take at least 11-minute vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. And Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the Adi Kailasa Sarvakya Peetham, the organic sattvic meals include balance of steamed rice cakes, curries, and fruits. All items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations in Adi Kailasa campuses. Join now in one of these COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now, let's move on to the next segment after a short break. So, the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, the COVID care production centers, how the health, what is the routine looks like, and how the health, physical, mental, in all levels, how they are taken care with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan's Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings and guidance. Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the morning routine of the this moment. We'll continue after a short break. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. The morning routine and the chemical changes it brings to you, and the healing it does in your system, and the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. The spiritual routine and integrity to that spiritual routine, the initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are completely private, personal between you and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of the mainly of Nithyananda Yoga. Before that, the Panchakriya, the cleansing of the toxins from the body, and then Nityananda Yoga, then Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, and the Shiva Puja, and the Kashayam, the herbal drinks, and the Nitya Satsang. Tune your biological clock to these spiritual practices because the chemistry that you enjoy inside matters. That decides the kind of plane of universe, the dimension of the universe you are going to experience, the Kailasa or Patala, the Swarga or Naraka. The morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you will get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired and the love is gone, dead. During the morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead, gone. You need thorough overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers, that you need to bring a pure questioning back to your life. The morning Nityananda yoga, when you do that, when you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, the body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. The Panchakriya, which you do before the yoga, the Panchakriya involves, the Pancha is 5. The Panchakriya, the 5 action that you take before the powerful processes that you take, which remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of your body, Panchakriya is also a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of your body. Keeping it cool, these techniques are not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. The puja, everyday puja, nitya puja. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, the devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you. From this devotion moves you from the I, which is so heavy, to the God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, Paramashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with me, my higher self. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that power, when we sit with that context, we do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only Bhava Samadhi can give us the higher state and the higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am the divine. Practicing this morning routine for 5 hours, that's enough. You will have a Vak Shakti. That is, whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis tiredness, boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, Shakti Pata, the melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening just this morning 5 hours. If you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and nitya puja from your homes wherever you are. But there will always be the risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or after a few weeks. So living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the sangha will support you, help you by giving the wake up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, the religions, spiritual, traditional, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajñapita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra. Some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra. Some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva. All kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that sampradaya. So join in one of the COVID care production centers and save your life and enjoy the lifestyle of Kailasa. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link is projected in the screen. You can register now and join one of the Kailasa COVID care protection centers. And we'll move on to the next segment after a short break.
Nithyananda, thank you, Madhya Swami, for introducing us and giving us such a beautiful introduction to the different contributions of the
Thank you, Ma Sadashipriya.
Now, moving on into the next segment of today's program and understanding the continued series on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, I'm sure that each and every one of you are eagerly awaiting the are eagerly awaiting the live Parashakti Akashic reading happening at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Make sure that you are tuning in, and make sure that right now you are able to share with all of your friends, and even you can ask your questions as well for Devi Parashakti during this time. So in this short time that we have, preparing for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading happening live at 10 p.m., you can ensure that you are getting ready, getting prepared. Stay tuned for more updates, and as well getting prepared for the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. Now, we will be understanding and going through the next segment of the program and continuing on the series that we have been doing on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In continuation of the July Hindu Holocaust Awareness Month, this month, we have been literally every single day wanting to share with each and every one of you the truth behind the persecution that is happening, and showing each and every one of you how it's not just attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but an ongoing attack against Hinduism itself and the Hindu genocide. And today there are so many people who deny the Hindu Holocaust, the Hindu genocide that has been ongoing for generations and has literally been exterminating Hindus across the world, displacing Hindus and making them not able to even live and practice their lifestyle. And even us Hindus are still yet to stand up today. In this segment, we are enriching each and every one to stand up for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, understand the immense amount of contributions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for Hinduism to last, and that he is the last hope for Hinduism, recognized by so many Hindu leaders as the last hope for Hinduism, and has ultimately given us so much to revive Hinduism. So in this next segment, we will be understanding this very thing. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Now, in this segment, we'll be understanding the Hindu genocide that has happened for thousands of years, the crimes against the whole world that have happened, and what we Hindus really need to stand up for now, what we need to understand now. Each and every one of us should understand the importance of standing up for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and right now taking responsibility for ensuring that Sanatana Hindu Dharma lasts. If we do not, the situations around the world regarding violence against women, conflict in domestic homes, and conflict in communities, and wars and battles and guerrilla fights, everything will just worsen and worsen, and will not be able to see the end of the violence that is ongoing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working for more than 2 decades to ensure the protection of the entire Sanatana Hindu Dharma, at least in some form, so that it will be protected, even as the world is literally submerged in floods and the world has chaos running in all directions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally done just that with the nation of Kailasa, protecting every single ounce of Hinduism, everything in Hinduism, and protecting each and every one in order to ensure that Sanatana Hindu Dharma lasts and can enrich the whole humanity. There are literally more than 10,000 sampradayas in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving every single one and has been working to revive every single one since 1996, upon taking up the responsibility for the entire revival of the nation of Kailasa. Now, finally, after 2 long decades of persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, finally, he has been, due to his hard work, sacrifice, and will persistence to ensure that the voices of victims across the world are being voiced out, are having at least an international audience, even though we have not gotten any legal recourse yet. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing to eliminate the violence against marginalized Hindu communities, especially in India, as well as the global Hindu diaspora. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, due to his hard work, sacrifice, finally, we have been able to see the UN, the United Nations, recognize the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized, for femicide, has recognized the amount of work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done to eliminate crimes against women and femicide, gender-based killings against women. And women, and of course, people of all gender. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the world's foremost advocate, especially for working towards eliminating violence. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made concrete solutions and strategies in order to create the violence-free communities and ecosystems around the world. In Kailasa, we have so many different places of Kailasa, spiritual de facto embassies, where these ecosystems are held and are entirely non-violent, and they entirely have zero tolerance towards discrimination of any kind. And that is the success of what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done today. And no matter where we go in the world, Kailasa is having presence in more than 150 countries and creating these ecosystems which are entirely zero violence and zero discrimination, and have reviving the ways, the different sampradayas, allowing people to express themselves fully and ultimately achieve their infinite possibility through the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And through movements such as the Sri Kailasa United Nations, with more than 108 different initiatives, all in several different topics in several different areas of interest, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been literally working towards eliminating violence of all kinds, discrimination of all kinds. And alongside the UN, the United Nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working towards ensuring that we create a world that has entirely no violence. In fact, the United Nations declared that by 2030, there will be a world with the end of all violence against women. And we have been seeing how this has happened, how literally this is working, and how literally in every ecosystem around the world for Kailasa, there's zero violence, zero discrimination. And in fact, women are holding the majority of leadership positions as well. Like this, we have seen so many ecosystems across the world. And we have been able to see the solutions for and actually see the possibility of a world free from violence. That is the possibility that the Supreme Court of Hinduism is taking a strong stance for, and has always taken a strong stance for. That is the beauty of what the Supreme Court of Hinduism is offering for the world. So now we'll be beginning the next segment, and we'll be starting into how we're understanding the Hindu Holocaust. And understanding the Hindu genocide. In just a few minutes, we'll be able to see literally the amount of violence that even as one on last and only hope for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as a last hope for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, how the violence against the Supreme Court of Hinduism to eliminate and destroy his mission has been that extreme, so that they can assure the violence against, and they can assure the ultimate destruction against Hinduism itself. Because the Supreme Court of Hinduism is the last hope for Hinduism, they have to ensure that they are using all means to destroy Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And we have seen this in so many different cases. And I myself, as just a simple disciple of the Supreme Court of Hinduism, has seen over the last 2 decades how continuously there's been some form of persecution, discrimination, violence, literally, against the indigenous communities and Kailasa itself. What the women of Kailasa have undergone, especially, is absolutely mortifying and devastating to see. Women who have been literally brutally raped and then sexually objectified in the media, with obscene and fabricated lies being spread about them in the media, destroying communities, destroying families, and not being able to even live for themselves in their world. So we'll be understanding this right now, and we'll just be getting back to you and continuing this segment after a short break.
Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Now, let us begin understanding what has been happening against Kailasa, the women of Kailasa, and ultimately the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the world's foremost leader for eliminating violence of all kinds in all communities against all people, has been under persecution for the last 27 years for his determined hard work to create this kind of community. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism successfully created such a beautiful ecosystem which is absolutely violence-free. For example, foremost in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, the amount of zero discrimination and zero violence which is tolerated so much, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally been able to establish. Now, have you ever even heard of a place where women can feel absolutely safe walking out in the night alone even? Even a place in India is just unfathomable to walk outside alone in the dark. And a place where homes are free of discrimination and violence, and a place where women can express themselves as yoginis, rudrakanyas, as bhairavis and sannyasis freely. This is a place not just with equality, but with infinite possibility. This is a place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is established, discovering the true freedom beyond all bondages itself and the idea of bondage itself in Kailasa, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was working towards reviving the Hindu enlightened civilization. And yet, as you are seeing continuously, the monks, nuns, the sannyasis, the rudrakanyas, the yoginis, every single one has been subject to the worst kind of violence, where they have not been able to even fight for themselves, not even being able to voice out the crimes done against them. Despite having gone through so much of violence, there's been absolutely no legal recourse, no place, even though we have gone with our statement, handwritten statements or typed out statements of the violence that has been done against us, pages and pages of violence which has been done against us. We have gone to police station after police station, judiciary after judiciary, begging for them to accept our complaints and accept the statements that we are giving, the cries of against the violence that is happening against us. Yet, in no way or form we have seen the legal recourse happening in anywhere that we have been filing and we have been trying. And that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism bring and eliminate all different kinds of violence and eliminate the violence done against the communities and the women of Kailasa primarily. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ensured that at least we have a platform through now the United Nations to speak and to have our stories heard, to have our experiences heard for the first time for many of us. And not only have we, through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the women of Kailasa have experienced absolutely beautiful breakthroughs in their life, whether it comes to training and administration, whether it comes to religious freedom, being able to offer worship, being able to offer worship in the temple, being able to lead temples, being able to express ourselves through the various Hindu arts, and being able to lead without any kind of discrimination against us, or even being able to express and stand for the Hindu truth, the cosmic truth that are revived through Hinduism. In every single way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has empowered women and has successfully created the ecosystems where violence has absolutely no role and no place at all. And that is how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established successfully the different communities where standing for these great truths from Sanatana Hindu Dharma in India, as well as in the United States, in more than 150 countries all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully created so many different ecosystems such as this, with billions of people who are enriched with this lifestyle of absolute freedom, not just from freedom from political means or social ideas, but freedom from the idea of freedom itself. That is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is standing for. And yet, the amount of violence that we have to undergo, just simply because we stand for the most non-violent means and the most non-violent communities in the world. And it's not just been this last 27 years that we have seen these attacks against Hindus. It has been an attack, persistent and relentless persecution for more than 1,000 years. Whether it is the Muslim invasions or the British occupation and enslavement of India itself, or even now, after the so-called independence, even now, still Hindus, even in India, are absolutely unsafe, displaced, and still not able to fend for themselves, still holding on to their lives desperately. And in history, we saw this methodological attack against the Hindus being played out strategically in several different instances, whether it is the Rudrakanyas, who were brutally raped, slaughtered, manhandled, and manslaughtered. And this was the first recorded femicide that has happened against the women of Hinduism, is the massacre of Rudrakanyas. Because they were seen and understood and recognized as the backbone of the civilization, they were targeted to be absolutely massacred. And that started the first instance of femicide in today's world. In that instance, we saw the massacre and literal extinction of an entire lineage, making it into an endangered lineage that today is non-existent except for what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived through the Nithyananda order of Rudrakanyas. The Rudrakanyas were brutally massacred and manslaughtered. And not only that, it was assured that their lineage could not even be revived due to the propaganda that the anti-Hindu militant forces in the form of Mughal invaders or the British rule over India had ensured over the entire civilization. Propaganda in the form of newspapers, in the form of magazines, in the form of different kinds of media that they would even publish in books, in children's books to entirely character assassinate the role of a Rudra Kanya and form them as prostitutes. And not only that, we saw how this has happened in now, not only that, we have seen not only how this has happened in against Rudra Kanyas, but also yoginis. There was once a huge tradition of yoginis and 64 different yoginis who were worshipped. And from there, a lineage of yoginis that had manifested and started creating a huge lineage of yoginis reviving and thriving on the science of yoga and enlightenment. And yet these yoginis were brutally raped and assaulted and enslaved by different kinds of invaders who had been coming into the great sacred land of Bharat since 1,000 years back. And the same thing has been going on. The primary example being the slaughter of the Yogini Sarvagnapitam that happened in Gujarat in 2019. Everything that we see in media today that is a crime done against women, the sexualization and objectification of women, has its roots in the crimes done against Hindus and Hindu women and the ancient sacred Hindu lineages. Because primarily in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, every woman is worshipped, every woman is revered as the embodiment of Devi Parashakti herself. And in that way, we have seen how there has been no form of justice served, where even until today, there is no way, there is no even a hope other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the revival of these great ancient lineages. And if we see even the state of Hindu women today, whether it is the abysmal statistics of the women who are suffering domestic violence, women who are suffering brutal rape and assault, women who are not even able to go out into the streets without fear of being gang raped and murdered. This is the reality of the femicide ongoing in India. And it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has been continuously advocating for eliminating this violence for the last 2 decades. And only through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, these crimes are being reported in their real form, reported truly to the international audience. The United Nations, for example, has finally been able to recognize and see in clear reports how the women in India and Hindu women are being targeted for violence, and continuous forms and acts of violence are being enforced against them. And finally, we are able to see how if we're not able to do the acts and work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we're not able to bring the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the international audience and show what has happened, the real persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, this will mean the end and worsening conditions of women and humanity itself. You're able to see here the various visuals of so many different attacks against the Adinams and attacks against the women of Kailasa. I can go on naming the names of so many of my sister sannyasis, of Rudra Kanyas, who have literally been devastated, mortified, brutally violated, and dehumanized to the point of desensitization itself, and not being able
Just be alive for next 3 years. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. As we have been discussing and we've been understanding, I hope each and every one of you can also share your experiences or share your thoughts, your comments, or your anything in the comment section down below, or you can share in Facebook or on YouTube and share what you feel. Share as a Hindu what we need to do today in order to make sure that we stand up for protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma and protecting and eliminating all violence against women. I invite each and every one of you as well to share the links on the links for the report. The UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide has featured the report that Kailasa has provided on the acts of femicide against women of Kailasa, and has recognized the amount of work the Supreme Council of Hinduism and Kailasa has been doing for eliminating violence and eliminating all the different acts of violence against women. And in this link, you'll be able to find how among all the different civil society organizations, Kailasa is able to, is representing and showing the amount of work being done in order to eliminate femicide and gender-based killings in India, as well as against the global Hindu diaspora. And we're trying continuously to end the Hindu Holocaust, the Hindu genocide, and giving a voice to the thousands of victims who have been under so much of attack for so many years. Whether it is the Bengal famine, which happened in 1940s, or any of the different attacks that have happened, the victims of this Hindu genocide have continuously been finding so much of attack. And as you can see here, the women of Kailasa are simply trying to help one of their collapsed victims, trying to help them, rush them immediately to the hospital. And while that's being done, they're being under attack and trying to make their way through every single one of the people who is trying to attack. and literally trying to rush their sister sannyasi to the hospital. Not only that, even in Trishulam, a similar incident occurred where a raid of more than 300 guerrilla forces had attacked the Adinam and had stoned all of the people, stoned all of us. And little did we know that one of our sister sannyasis had been literally brutally raped during this attack. And when we found her, we had to immediately rush her to the hospital. But all of our cars were entirely broken down. All of the tires of the cars and the vehicles were punctured. There was no way for us to even find a way to rush our sister sannyasi, who had been literally losing her life, and to the hospital. And so at this time, we had to make an emergency call to one of the devotees of Swamiji in Chennai. And just within 20 minutes, we saw how he showed up, and out with the grace of Swamiji, we were able to save our sister sannyasi and make sure that she is alive today. Because of only the blessings of Swamiji, we did not lose her that day. And like this, I can share the horrifying stories that I myself have heard from so many different women of Kailasa, sannyasis who took up this lifestyle in order to live the sacred sentiments of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, who stood for the truth and who stood for the truth of what the who stood for the truth as well, and stood for the cosmic truth, to live and know that these truths would be the best way to live in this day and age. And yet there have been so many different attacks, so many different victims of attacks, even children who have undergone these attacks. As you can see, the anti-Hindu militant forces, the first thing they try to do is destroy the CCTV camera footage, and they throw stones at it. They literally throw it to the ground, and then destroy it further, and make sure that we have no evidence to show, and therefore we are not able to make the legal recourse happen, and we're not able to show the police, the judiciary, the substantiated evidence for the crimes that have happened against us. In so many attacks, we have seen this happen, where they're simply not able to provide the evidence because the anti-Hindu militant forces went to an extreme to destroy all forms of evidence. And not only this, but in the media, they will absolutely fabricate the entire sequence of events and twist and manipulate it such that there's no end to end of any of the entire event, and the Hindus are projected as if they were doing some crime. Again and again, we have seen how different land disputes or something or another is always being made to be projected as if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and as if the peaceful sannyasis of Kailasa have been doing something wrong, and always twisting, lying, manipulating in the media to create and generate propaganda and program the entire public entirely to silence and confuse them, to make sure that they will not be able to say anything or take a stand for the public. And we've seen this even in the Palgar issue, which happened last year. Already, the media has had an agenda to defame, decharacterize, dehumanize the sannyasis. And when 2 Hindu sannyasis were handed over to the mob and brutally assaulted and killed, literally, the media later on simply was able to get away by saying that 2 thieves were murdered in Palghar. But these Hindu sannyasis were leaders and mahants of very esteemed Hindu organizations and ancient Hindu apex bodies. This is the reality of the crimes done against Hindus. This is the reality of what we have continuously seen against Hindus. And continuously, we've seen how this has been happening in the media, and continuously how the judiciary and the police never accept any kind of our complaints, and we have been unable to resolve these conflicts that are happening because of the vested interests of these anti-Hindu militant forces and deeply rooted corruption inside of the institutions that are at power. Finally, today, the UN Special Rapporteur for femicide for the UN has literally been able to recognize what has happened against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa. And only due to that, today, we are able to find some hope in being able to continue and practice our lifestyle, the Hindu lifestyle. So I invite each and every one of you to take a few minutes, and you can share on the different social media platforms. You can share in the different social media platforms about how the UN has recognized persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you can go ahead and share in all the different social media platforms where you are active, whether it is YouTube or Instagram, Twitter. Make sure that you are voicing out right now. And you can, again, please use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And let us spread this news as much as possible, especially during this month of the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month. And during this month, you can use the hashtag against persecution as well. And this will ensure that we are doing our best, doing as much as possible in order to stand up for Hinduism and work to eliminate violence against Hindu women and work to eliminate violence entirely from the whole of the world. As you can see in all the visuals that have been being projected, this is a collection of just a few of the footage that has been taken where sannyasis, desperate to be able to capture what's going on, the violence that is happening against them, are just have shown us how time and time again, month after month, year after year, the attacks against us have not stopped, and literally being brutally violated, being brutally attacked by the anti-Hindu militant forces. And I can even share from my own perspective how in Trishula, we were all literally holding on to each other and trying to protect each and every one of us from the attack, as they were stoning us to death, almost to death. And we're all trying to find shelter in the corner of our cabin and holding on to each other, praying to Swamiji that he would end this. And as you can see, the footage, literally, we were desperate to help our sister sannyasis as well. And ensure that they do not lose their life. In some circumstances, brutally raped and bleeding profusely. In others, having literally fainted from the amount of trauma that they were going through. These women were going through so much. And we went to the extremes to try to protect ourselves, and only due to the protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even as some of us can say we are even alive today and surviving today. Time and time again, we have had so many different attacks, and I request each and every one of you to go on social media and please share the news, share that finally the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it's only due to the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that we women of Kailasa have a place to voice out what has happened against us. And I personally have taken the interviews and sat with more than 70 victims from Kailasa, women who have come from all different kinds of backgrounds, who are well educated, who are from orthodox traditional families, who decided that this life of sannyas, the life of being a Rudrakanya or a yogini, was the best kind of life that they could take up. And that was exerting their freedom, their religious freedom, and their freedom in the most supreme way. And yet, they were still subject to the most brutal types of violence. It is time. We need to end this. We need to end these violence. We need to end all forms of violence and ensure that there is no violence further. It is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has created a place, who has manifested a place where in the community there's no discrimination, there's no intimate violence, there's no violence even in the streets, and a woman can be absolutely safe, feel secure in their whole life. And that is the power of the spiritual truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been teaching for more than 2 decades. So I request each and every one of you to share in all the different social media platforms. Take a few minutes right now, and after a short break, we will be concluding this program for today with the power manifestation, and you can start manifesting Shaktis right now. So we'll be right back with you after a short break.
3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusam Tattvamasya Lakshmim Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explains what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is the cognitive shift from what we understand as matter, our body and mind, to the superconscious space as the Paramashiva space himself as reality. And it is a science. Science of power manifestation is everyone can experience it and it is repeatable. That is why it is a science. And the evidences supporting the science, Shastra Pramana, scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, which are Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramanas. Who are the Aptas? The experience and the results of the Aptas. The Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas. All of them, millions of them, have had this superconscious breakthrough from human to superconscious being and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. They are the authority of Hinduism. And Shakshi, Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagwan placed the Leela for us to understand how a human can have a superconscious breakthrough when they have the cognitive shift. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagwan. Through all these darshans and boons, Bhagwan initiates, graces us with all these great ways where the power manifestation happens in each one of us. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. The thoughtless space that everybody is running all over the world to experience the peace, the thoughtless space. Here, measurably, we can see that for Balasans, which disciples and Bhagwan himself have demonstrated scientifically that thoughtless space happens whenever you are doing your power manifestations. Beautifully, Bhagwan starts with a Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. The Shastra Pramana for the power of mind reading is from the Shiva Sutra 1.15. Pramana are the unchangeable.
From the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.15. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyaswapadarsanam. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyaswapadarsanam.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says when the individual mind is united to the core consciousness, every observer or the objective phenomena and even the absence of the very objective phenomena is directly experienced as a form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Bhagavan says each sutra can be a religion by itself. So powerful they are when we understand the steps that are given here beautifully to us having our conscious breakthrough. The whole space, conscious serenity to happen as our reality. The greatest science that Bhagavan has given us to understand when we let go the root patterns, the ideas, what we perceive in the outer world. Bhagavan beautifully gives an example of a wave. How an ocean has so many waves, but one wave decided to take the pebbles and sand and try to build a castle and have subways, small waves, and have live there eternally ever after. But is it possible? Even in a minute, it will be merging into the ocean. Same thing, all of us. The one thing is certain, which is truth, which is reality, which is certain for each one of us, is the death. How we are all happy when we go into the sleeping state. Everybody in the world is happy about one thing, is sleep. Same way Bhagavan says, everybody has to go through the death. But understanding the death, how Nachiketa understood the death, success in life is the only reality. How death can be success in life? One who understands death understands life, because you understand the bigger picture, how you experience the higher reality. That which is not there is what is dying, and it's like a shadow. It comes and goes. It's like a mirage. It is never there, but we think it is there and it goes. Bhagavan says there is no birth and death. It is itself a delusion. You are eternally present and eternally available. There is nothing as you have something other than the eternal. So all of us, if we understand that very observable and objective phenomena, and even the absence of every objective phenomena is directly experienced by the consciousness, whether you are eating or the process of eating or the food itself or you itself, everything is quantum. Everything is happening in the quantum as reality. But we give a label, a name, a form, and try to bind by that. We are bound by all the labels that we are given, which drops us from what we are as consciousness. More and more we align to Paramashiva's space in us. What happens if I remember Paramashiva in me again and again? I am more aware. The awareness just engulfs awareness and becomes aware of everything. That is the most beautiful space when we let go the incompletion and make it redundant. How whatever happened in the previous birth, we have no idea. Whatever happens in our dream, we are okay with that to drop it. Even if somebody had slapped us or some vehicle has run over us, we don't have any problem. We get up and are normal as we are. But whatever happens in this world, we think that is a real. That is where we make a mistake, Bhagavan says. Hold that understanding that the perception is wrong. The way we perceive is the whole problem. How we exist as a quantum, as Paramashiva, as the pure space of oneness. If you are in oneness with your hands and legs, you don't hurt each other. You are very compassionate. If one of them doesn't work, the other is supporting completely and makes sure the other functions so beautifully. That's why Bhagavan says, if you understand how your microcosm works, you know how the macrocosm works. If you know, go beyond that emotion that you are holding with anything outside, then you can have the control over any of the oceans outside. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives the great science how to function and how to experience the higher reality. And even a glimpse of 3 to 4 seconds, we can experience the oneness and start growing into consciousness. And now, Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the Leelas of the avatar. Such a beautiful avatar, Krishna avatar, where he shows to Yashoda many times his mouth, where he shows the universe Like how we see on the television, he's able to show and engulf her. She goes into samadhi and she goes into the space of complete oneness with Krishna to experience that truth. But after that, Krishna cries, she comes back as a mother and tries to take care of him, forgetting everything. That is the Maya's job, the delusion job. Delusion and liberation is happening to us all the time. It is we who choose what we want. Now, Bhagavan himself beautifully explains the signs in Atma Pramana.
I felt somebody was intently looking at me. I just turned. I saw Amsananda Swami only. He was only staring at me. Too strongly. He was staring at me. I asked him, why you are looking at me like this, Baba? He said, when you were explaining intensely, I understood whatever you are sharing, it is directly from your experience. So I wanted to look in. Whatever is in your inner space, I just wanted to grasp. When I looked in, I saw it's a whole cosmos opening. I got frightened. You turned towards me. He said he was trying to look into me to understand this whole verse as it is from my inner space. But in my inner space, he only saw the cosmos. He got frightened. The moment he got frightened and started losing himself, I just turned my head. He said, I can see very clearly. Everything is from directly your own experience. These people are blessed. He was telling about the few of the devotees who were listening. He said, these fellows are blessed. Agnena yasupadaraye asman vishwani deva vayunani vidvan yuyot yasmat juhuranamena bhuyishtam denama uktim videma. Listen. Agni is the knower of all our actions and all that is worth knowing in the universe he knows. Please understand. Anywhere knowledge happens, Agni has to be there. Without Agni, knowledge cannot happen. All the spaces, planets where Agni is not possible, knowledge is not possible. The modern day scientists are searching and trying to find if there is a place with water, human beings will be there or aliens will be there. I tell you, no. If there's a place where Agni can happen, only there life can happen, knowledge can happen, nowhere else. Only where Agni can happen, knowledge can happen, life can happen, nowhere else. Agni. Who is knower of all our actions and everything worth knowing. Whatever is worth knowing in the planet Earth, Agni knows it. He knows it. The Upanishadic rishis are addressing Agni as knower of all our actions and all that is worth knowing. Then they pray, you must take us along the righteous and auspicious path of completion. You must take us. Please understand. The prayer is not casual, very deep, detailed. You must take us along the righteous and auspicious path of completion. Subhadharaye asman vishwani deva vayunani vidvan. You must take us.
Beautiful. Manifesting.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained how the science of consciousness, when you understand the higher realities, you can understand the bigger picture and things fall in place so easily. Agni is the pure knowledge where we start experiencing the oneness and understand the highest reality. Here, the power of mind reading, this devotee has shared how she saw the flag, the line, the eye, silver string, everything with respect to the plane or features. And this Paramashivoham level 2 participant had the mind reading this picture very clearly, and so beautifully she has described the whole detail. Manifestation is the way we need to exist. That is not supernatural. That is the very nature of each one of us. The very nature how we exist. But unfortunately, we are caught up with the societal norms, have forgotten the science. How we started living is to carry our load and continuously live with a load. Bhagwan beautifully says a story how the Zen master carried a woman across a river, and the other disciple was so upset. How can you carry her? And he stayed like that without asking the Zen master till the end of the day. And the end of the day, he asked the master, why did you carry a woman? We are not supposed to touch a woman. And he just went by the words, but the Zen master beautifully answered. He said, I carried her for a few seconds, you carried her for a few hours. Who is that who's carrying more? Each one of us carrying our identity, thinking it is going to benefit us. It is not going to benefit us in any way, Bhagavan says. All we need to do is surrender that and experience the oneness. Paramashiva leading us as our reality, we can experience the ultimate gift, ultimate reality, the higher science. Letting go our school, we go to college. Letting go our college, we go to start work. Each of the dimension that we let go, that we know already, and every night we let go our identity. We don't know whether we are a male or female. We are sleeping like a ghost without a body in the deep sleep, simply like a ghost. That what Bhagavan says. How we exist in the deep sleep and how we exist in the dream state, if we understand clearly and understand about the death, we will see more into the conscious sovereignty as our purpose of life. And that is the very core, and that is what is the lifestyle going to be for us in the coming years soon, that Bhagavan has blessed all of us to live as conscious sovereignty as our reality, as the first priority in our life. Here we are going to manifest the power of mind reading. So if you have a partner, that's wonderful. If you don't have, you can call somebody and tell them you're going to read the pictures in their mind. It can be pictures, words, or whatever the cognition is. And simply Paramashiva will give you the details when you get the approval from that person to read. It goes by the authenticity. So have a pen and paper. Do not question anything. For this session, no gadgets other than recording purpose and no thoughts at all. Mind is a processor. It can do whatever, putting you into different states of consciousness. But no thoughts. Any thought, tell very clearly. No thinking, no idea, views, opinions, judgments, anything which personifies you, drop that. Anything personify, anything that you know, drop that also, Bhagavan says. He says in the 30 days of enlightenment, drop everything, everything as burnt away. And what will be left is you, the pure essence of Paramashiva. Like that, drop everything that you know and you remember as you. Just as Bhasma, how we apply the ashes, and simply understand you are consciousness, you are the quantum, you are the awareness, you are the Paramashiva who is manifesting as Parashakti every moment in you, making you speak, making you listen, making you understand the higher reality. So whatever you are revealing, write it down immediately. Do not judge. Oh, I'm thinking of only a tap problem or a food problem or my kids or my spouse. Write down. No, it doesn't matter. Paramashiva is showing you that. Write down. Everything write down as Paramashiva shows. And suddenly you'll start seeing even the mind reading part just clearly mentioned by Paramashiva. So let's get into the meditation, deep meditation for a few minutes. Bhagavan has himself designed this power manifestation session for us to experience the higher reality, for each one of us to experience the Paramashiva space. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti Devi herself with 25 heads and 75 eyes, aware, alive, and 50 hands with all the items, all the weapons that she holds with such a grace and such a beautiful smile, and her gestures, all the things that you can imbibe in you as Parashakti. Hold that in your inner space for a few minutes. An absolute unclutching from everything. Everything is a dream. Everything doesn't even exist the way we perceive. Hold that powerful cognition in you for a few minutes. We are always thinking, always thinking. If you get thoughts run away, come back again, unclutch from it, and chant the Mahavakya. When you entangle with Bhagavan continuously and chant the Mahavakya and merging into the oneness, surrendering everything who you are and only being Paramashiva, becoming Bhagavan himself, sitting there just like him. And such a joy, such a bliss, such a auspiciousness. You're not just doing the mind reading, it is also clearing all your root patterns inside you and bringing auspiciousness and abundance. All these power manifestation is designed for the higher reality, for us to become the conscious being, the superconscious being. All these balasans, throughout the day, they manifest powers. Whether it is eating, whether it is puja, whether it is yoga, it is either bending the body or materializing or Ashtama Shaktis. This is what their lifestyle is. They don't even define those as regular activity, but they only call it a power manifestation. Live that beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva, forgetting there's anything else in the world. Continuously, when you're holding that space, chanting the Mahavakya, till it becomes Ajaba Ajaba. Ajaba Ajaba is something you don't chant, you start listening. The beautiful space, that inner voice that you can listen as Ajaba Ajaba, as Mahavakya. That is the greatest gift you can give yourself. Ram Surat Kumar chanted Ramanama throughout the day, throughout his life. And Sharada Devi, every day 1 lakh times she used to chant. And for the people she initiated who doesn't chant, she'll sit and chant. That level of Ramanama they chanted, that they became Ajaba Ajaba inside. Even if they are not speaking, it is going on inside, a deep listening of the Mahavakya. Hold that space of oneness and continuously take the bhava of Paramashiva manifesting as reality in you, bringing the auspiciousness and abundance. Sit straight, put away your gadgets, continuously get into the space of oneness. All of us, hundreds of them manifesting the powers of Paramashiva right now. Experience the oneness with Paramashiva, chanting the Mahavakya for the power of mind reading.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Jnananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Such a beautiful space. Now you can open your eyes and go ahead and verify whatever partner you have done the mind reading, do it authentically. It's pretty simple. When you connect to people, you just know it. How you connect your leg and hands. Everything is part of oneness. The space of oneness is the ultimate currency, Bhagavan says, in the cosmic conscious sovereignty. That everything is connected, everything is oneness. And simply if you imbibe that with a humble attitude, Bhagavan says, you will simply understand. Those days there was no telescope, microscope, there is no scope except the Paramashiva surrendering to the Guru's lotus feet. When they do that, simply they get the revelation of any of the herbs, any of the galaxies, any of the lokas beyond the galaxies. The Bhagavan says science only knows length, breadth, depth. There's something called time and space, the next dimensions, which they do not take into consideration because they don't know how it happens. And Bhagavan says so beautiful. The great rishis, they knew all the herbs is because they just surrender to the herbs, the whole humble space where they don't have the identity, they become the herb. Once you become the herb, you know what you are, and that revelation happens to you. Whether it is a book, whether it is a building, whether it is some HTML code, Bhagavan says, I just surrender to it and it imbibes into me as reality. How a great concept to learning. There is so many types of learning, and this is the extraordinary way where we just can imbibe. The mind reading is just like that. If you start understanding that you are Paramashiva, start cognizing, start holding the inner space that you are Paramashiva, then simply you can experience the oneness with anyone and remember whatever that Bhagavan is showing as reality. You will start experiencing the highest truth. All we need to do, oh, it's not happening for me. It is like Ayurveda, science of our manifestation. You start manifesting every single day and you start doing that. When you started walking, you didn't come for the walking session one day and go back and say, no, today is not my day. Every single day you fell 100 times, but you stood up and walked. When you started eating, you were putting all over your face, but you didn't stop it. You didn't say, oh, I'm shy, I look funny. You simply said to go till that happens. That is will persistence. As a child, we had it. But as adult, we are losing it because of our outside knowledge, thinking there's something else in the world more important and more reasonable for us to understand as reality. But this is the most reasonable, most authentic, and most the way we understand even our breathing. That is why Bhagavan says, if you understand your microcosm, you'll understand the macrocosm also. How we exist is a manifestation. If we understand the deeper science, we can manifest anything and everything. We don't have the death and the birth cycle. We are in oneness with Paramashiva, the most beautiful space, melting you into the honey and the nectar. That is the space that you can experience. The more you start melting in the oneness with Paramashiva, you don't want to get out of it. And simply the manifestation happens. Bhagavan says, Kailasa happens as my side effect. He has no idea even that is happening. He is such melting space with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He says he's one with him and he has no idea what else happens in the outside him. And simply you can experience that when you are in such a space, not having a doubt, not having a confusion, constantly struggling with your life because of it does not exist. That is why we struggle. We cannot get satisfied because it does not exist. How can you get satisfied of things which does not exist? If you build a castle in a dream, it doesn't satisfy us. It's exactly the same thing. Everything we perceive is just a dream. So how can it satisfy us? How can it fulfill us? All we need to experience the oneness with Paramashiva, which will manifest all these great things, what you are come here for, automatically and much more, without you stopping any of it. And Bhagavan says, you are the Brahmanya Bahuputratam, you are the inheritance of the cosmos. You are the greatest happening on planet Earth. If you are listening to these words, you are that. Even if you have stepped in the first time, you are that. Because you're here only because Paramashiva blessed, because someday you had earned for it and you experience it right now. So with that context, sit straight with a head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit as Parashakti, Devi herself, again and again, in such a deep oneness, melting in her. Simply if you are visualizing lying down on a lap and mother is taking care, how would you feel? Or she's feeding you, how will you feel? That's exactly how you just merge into her. She is taking care of every moment of each one of us individually and so beautifully. So you can call your partner and tell, either you can scan for something in particular. People have asked for exam results and exam marks and all kinds of things. You can scan for anything, and you can scan somebody for some healing, anything that they want. It also clears their cognitive shift. It happens in their brain. It heals them in the root pattern, getting them out of all the traumas and struggles and confusions. So mind reading is not just reading somebody's mind, but also Bhagavan is entering in their mind. So auspiciousness and abundance fills in their mind. So you can ask them and write down all the details. And when you finish the Mahavakya, you will be in such a beautiful space. You can ask them to reveal whatever they had it in the mind. It will exactly match what you have written. You will be so shocked and surprised that even you are Paramashiva. Yes, you are. Even if you don't manifest, Bhagavan says, you are Paramashiva. Just experience that. That is all is power of manifestation. Let's chant the Mahavakya. Go into the oneness with Paramashiva. Absolute unclutching from the thoughts. Nothing other than what you are here right now. Do not entertain anything, cherish anything. However difficult it is, just unclutch. We do that every night. So we know it very well. Unclutch from everything, any pain, any incompletion, anything that is a dream. You're entering into the Satya Loka, where only Paramashiva exists and only you exist. Just you and him. Experience the oneness and chant the Mahavakya, melting into him, and see what happens as reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Superb. Whatever Paramashiva, Parashakti has given as prasada, please open your eyes and find out from your partner whatever you did mind reading is exactly which matches with what Parashakti revealed. Many a times even they don't know, but it's the deep innate how they would have thought about it, but they have forgotten in what they are doing. So sometimes it is not misleading, but actually they will come back and call you up and tell. Many a times I've heard they call back and say, "Yeah, exactly, I thought, but when you told me, I did not think about that, so I got confused," because there's a time lag. And simply they say, "Exactly, how did you know? I was in my heart, I was thinking about that." And it was so shocking that you came to know about it, that you got the right thing. Many a times it happens that even the deeper that what they are thinking, you can simply see it as Parashakti reveals it. And also bringing so much of abundant auspiciousness, even if you experience for few seconds. Bhagavan says, 3 to 4 seconds you can experience the oneness with Paramashiva, and 21 seconds, it's not minutes. That is why it is easier than a blink of an eye. Enlightenment is 21 seconds we can keep it together without any thoughts. We can experience the enlightenment, the conscious sovereignty as our reality itself. Understanding the higher science, how we exist and how we function, is the very core purpose why we came to planet Earth. Not to have another death and birth and delusion, but to live as conscious sovereignty as our reality. Again and again, raising to only that purpose, living only for that purpose, declaring that only conscious sovereignty is a way of lifestyle, way of thinking, way of manifesting, way of everything. That brings us to the lotus feet of Bhagavan. How Bhagavan wants each of us to flower into the ultimate reality. Surrender everything that you know and you have cognized and you have experienced to Bhagavan's lotus feet and share with the humanity. Why do I need to share? Only when I share, I am speaking about it. As long as you're just listening, you're listening randomly. If you write you're listening, you can't read it yourself. That amount of confusion. But when you're speaking, you listen to it authentically. That is why demonstration and sharing is a very important step. When you are sharing and you are excited about it, even a child walks for the first time, the mother is so excited. That is how you be excited about paramanifestation as conscious sovereignty as your reality, even as a glimpse, even if you had a Kundalini energy experiences. Please share it with the world and thank Bhagavan for showering us and holding us continuously till we are going to get manifested into the reality. Such a compassion, uncompromised compassion that he has in spite of what we are. throwing tantrum and irresponsible and what not. Just take 5 minutes to share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation or in your social platforms and tag it to your friends and families. They will understand. If you are consciousness, they are consciousness also. If you are matter, they are matter. And that's where the confusion starts. If you are in the space of oneness, go ahead and share everything. They will bless you. And they will also feel enriched and they would also want to come and see Bhagwan and manifest powers. That is the reality, that the existential reality. Bhagavan says extreme manifestation is extreme causing. Simply everybody will surrender to you when you understand you are consciousness. Because everybody is a reflection of you. If you believe yourself 100%, everybody have to believe you. What a science, what a great thinking and thought currents that Bhagavan has given. Surrender everything to Bhagavan's lotus feet. And if you see a $sign, you can offer to contribute to Bhagavan Kailasa. That is the ultimate thing that we can give is Sarvaparithyagi. When we offer everything to Bhagavan as our self, we start experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. It's not just a currency, but also our integrity, our authenticity, holding that as conscious sovereignty as the highest reality and surrendering everything else as Sarvaparithyagi. Even if you offer $1, a unit of your currency, it will go a long way to manifest all the reality for you. It is the science. That's why all the temples have the hundi. First thing we go is offer something and then go to the Garbha Mandir. That is the way we start expanding our consciousness, our inner space as Kailasa, each one of us. So with thanking each and every one of you, thanking Bhagavan, in the deep gratitude and yearning to make Paramashiva as my reality, let's end this session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after the next satsang, next darshan, in the next sessions. Thank you, Nithyananda.